government.
Yeah, but
Women are not
Sabina,
supposed
it's
to
all
do
about
certain
perspectives.
things.
To an American, they think that they are Islamists. To an Islamist, they're not Islamist
Sure.
enough, but they're still
No.
Islamists.
Yeah, no, but John, A is from India, so he should know better. Half of his population is Indian or Muslim.
Know
So
better.
he
And why do
knows
you
damn
say
well.
he's doing this again? He's giving you his opinion, which to him is the correct opinion.
Okay, I can accept his opinion. However, he's not from America, right? And I know that the country he's from, he would have more knowledge on this. I have a lot of close friends who are Indian and Pakistani who are Muslim, right? This is not a new concept to them. In the same way, Americans might not understand Islam well. So, John, I know what you're saying, but I'm telling you, he knows better. He's pushing propaganda because he
Oh,
knows that he should
really? He
not be
should know
Muslim.
better, and he's pushing propaganda as if you
Okay,
should know better, and maybe you're
okay.
pushing your
If she's an
propaganda.
Islamist, okay, if she's an Islamist, then I might as well be too. We all might as well be. Okay, fine. Let everyone just be.
I'll answer that. I'll answer that. See, there is a concept. That's why I said there's a different concept called Moruna. Moruna means temporary suspension of. 1 second, I'm coming. Temporary suspension of what do you call Sharia law to fool the infidels. I'll tell you an example. The ISIS gave a dictate. They issued an order. Those in the West can mingle with the infidels. They can drink alcohol. They can have more, and then to fool the infidels. And when time comes, they can actually attack. This is called lone wolf attack. That is to fool. There was an incident in Europe wherein a person converted to Christianity. He actually took baptism. He 1 second. He took baptism and he was a regular active. He went on a stabbing spree. So when authorities investigated, it was found that he was a regular active. It was just to fool the infidels that he would pretend that he converted to Christianity. So what is about that?
So similar to this is love jihad, which Muslim man in India specifically engage in the behavior pretending to love a Hindu woman, and they marry them, and then things would change. They would force them to convert. If not, the consequences are really bad. So that's just another example of this ideology, which is, in its essence, is menacing and troubling.
Exactly. Now they have gone one few more steps ahead. Now they are renaming their hotels in the restaurants in the name of Hindus, like Kitover or something religious that is related to Hinduism. And they are also pretending to be Hindu holy men, that is sadhus. Only when the mob questions them and come to know about their identity, they have found to be Muslims. So this is deception by any means. I don't know whether.
Okay, AJ.
Yeah.
I have a question to ask you.
Sure.
Where's the evidence proof that you say that it's allowed for Muslims in a normal situation to, like, under the claim of kitman or whatever? Because you actually lied about what the definition of kitman is. That's also under something that is life or death.
This guy.
You can say something by omission, right? That's something that's completely allowed, but not in a normal situation.
Do you realize how amazing what you just said is? So here's a person who wants the entire world to pay him a tax because he's a Muslim and they aren't. And this is a man who practices 5 different kinds of lying and deception, and now he's accusing somebody else of not telling the truth. This is coincidence. This is coincidence.
No.
This is like this is the peak of irony. Man, so you've actually
It is.
you have achieved a new peak of irony. It's amazing.
No.
Which kind of deception question are you
and actually isn't. So
No, 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 no,
the funny
no.
thing, the funny thing
This is so
is that
ironic.
you couldn't even address my point without muting me.
Oh no, we did address your point. You just never
No,
shut
you
up.
didn't.
Just
You
like
didn't.
we
Because
said,
when I was in the
get
middle, no, when I
behind
was in the middle of it, you decided to
Donald
mute.
Trump
Going on to,
changing the subject. How many
I was going on to ask AJ what his evidence is in regards to
Mandalorian.
making istihlal on things like pork or alcohol.
Irrelevant.
He will have no evidence for it.
Irrelevant.
None, because it doesn't
I
exist.
have a different question, man.
Also, the other point that Ali made earlier about
Mando, explain about the different kinds of deception, as you know.
in regards to so you have taqiyya, which is in regards to a situation of life or death. Kitman also is also under that context. In the situation of tawriyya, there is it's not in the same context as taqiyya. And for one, and it's not classified as lying. Oh, if you like, I literally brought citations. No, normal. If you go to the chat, I brought citations for every. I brought citations for every point that I mentioned.
What is the difference?
No, normal. Here's the thing. I'm not just because you're.
What is the difference between
Man,
lying
and you're trying to constantly mute me. I'm not gonna be the normal.
Avoid the question. I don't
No,
that's fine. Nobody
question. I'm not avoiding the
So
question.
you said it's deception, but it's not lying. Is that what you just said?
No, it isn't.
Okay,
That's not even what I said.
Yeah, it is.
I said that Kitman falls under the same
The last one you
type
said
of ruling
not lying.
as
Not
taqiyya.
lying.
The Sunni definition of taqiyya is different than what Ali is used to, for example. Because Ali comes from a Shi'i background.
No, nobody
And
asked you
Shi'i
about
understanding of taqiyya is different.
He's just gonna talk. Nobody asked Nobody asked you.
If you hide your faith, your identity in a life or death situation, it's allowed.
The last thing, what's that ethnic group that you mentioned you're a part of? Because I want to learn more about that.
A lot of that's the plural term. Singular term
How
is
do you spell it?
Habrami.
That's your tribe?
That's not a tribe, no. It's a ethnic group. It's a subgroup.
Say it again. H-A-B.
H-A-D, D as in David. Habrami.
H-R-A-M-I. H-A-D-H-R-A-M-I. Hadrami. Okay.
Which country is this? If you don't mind
They're
mentioning.
found in eastern Yemen and parts of Oman.
So you guys are not Zaydis, right?
You said Arman? I've never heard of the country Arman.
So
Did you mean
they're found
Oman?
in parts of Kenya, and originally from like southern Yemen, but they're found in Kenya, Malaysia, Indonesia, and many Gulf states.
But are you claiming these days to be from Oman? Because previously you were.
I said eastern Yemen and parts of Oman.
Are you claiming is it yes or a no? Are you claiming
I just said, I told you where they're, I literally told you where
Are
they're from.
you
Because
claiming these days to be from?
what you're trying to do is you're trying to literally, my goodness, even the Saudis in the
Yes or
comments
no?
are laughing at you.
Yes or
This is
no?
That's
ridiculous.
before you were Armenian.
Are you claiming to be from Oman? Yes or no?
I said Roman and not Armenian. Sabine, I never mentioned Armenian.
You used to be Armenian.
I've never said that.
It's different.
I've
Yeah, you're.
never said
I know your last. I know your name before.
I've
You
never.
have
No,
seen
I
voice.
told you my name before.
So it's claiming to be from Oman?
Okay, Sabina, what was my
No,
name?
hang on a second, Mando. Are you
He used to
claiming
claim.
Hang on.
Yeah, Armenian.
Wait a second. Are you claiming to be from Oman these days, Mando?
Sabina, like if
Are you claiming to be from Oman these days, Mando?
I said, do I need to keep explaining it to you?
No, are you from Oman? Yes or no?
Yeah, in terms of where my family clan is, yes.
Your family.
So they stretch from. Wait, hold on. They stormed out against our Yemen and
So are you from Oman
So-
or not? You're not from Oman.
I love
I think he answered the question,
Yes, I did. Yes, the
No,
Lofal
he didn't say where he's from.
isn't okay.
Being very deceptive. We're learning a lot about your
Aren't
life.
you listening? I said Lofal.
We're learning a lot.
He's doing takia. He's doing takia. Yeah.
Sabina, I'm not doing Takia.
This is Takia in action. Takia Clown House.
This is a kid.
This is practice. Yep.
You can change the name of the room.
Like, Sabina, relax. This is not Takia.
Everybody is
No,
relaxed.
I would ask the
Just
question.
because, no, I'm literally
Hi,
looking
Anna.
at people who are geographically illiterate.
No, we just asked you where you're from and you wouldn't answer.
I just said, do you not know where, look up, okay.
What did you just
El
say?
Normal,
What did you
I'll
just
let
say?
people do the talking.
What did you just say,
Look
Mando?
up the
What did
region,
you
okay,
just
look.
say, Mando? What did you just say?
I just said Lofal.
Okay, you're from Lufar, right?
No, Lofal. Dhofar. Look at where that is.
Okay, so you want me to guess where you're from?
No, it's not guessing. Anybody
You
can
can't
look
say.
up.
Okay,
Look up.
thank you for
Use
participating. You
Look
it was
up.
really good.
I-
Look
We're
up
gonna
where
come
Lofal.
you're a man of mystery. You're too mysterious to tell us where you're from. I get it. Okay.
Said where? Okay.
Well,
Lofal
don't be
is a
sad.
region, is part of the
Correct.
region of Western Oman.
Thank you.
You can ask him a question on them.
No, let him answer.
It's
the
gone,
question.
Anon.
No, I just sent him that. It's deadening because no matter what you ask him, he's got some other kind of crazy answer, and he thinks he's being clever. This is again maybe somebody who's Muslim can explain this to me. It's a particular kind of refusing to engage with a question. You ask a question and then he talks to Sabina, then he says, "Can't you hear me?" Then he says, "I told you." Then he says, "You're too stupid to know." Then he says, "Use Google." Anything but answer a question. I mean, it's tedious after a while. And this is also, I think, a conflict between civilizations and cultures. There's literally no way to get a straight answer. Sorry.
He's going to get back up.
Let's hear from somebody else because he's like it's just deadening to hear such brain dead avoidance of a simple conversation.
You know, even if he was telling the truth, which I have no way of knowing, this concept of deception that people give examples, it makes his answers or non-answering questionable. So again, it's a problem. Should we believe him or not?
You mean-
These concepts of deception exist. So that becomes very problematic when you deal with Muslims and asking questions because this ideology of deception exists. Actually, there are several kind of ways in Islam, and so there we go. That's this problem, and nobody will believe you if you're ignorant, just because of these deception concepts in Islam.
I mean, I can't think of any other world religions that have embedded multi-layered deception practices. I can't think of any other world religion that has that in their system of belief.
What will it
Are
take
they
to
in the
get
Quran itself? Are they in the Quran itself?
what will it take to get Islam to undergo to self a reform, a reformation, so that violence and killing apostates and infidels and jihad, what will it take to reform the religion to an actual religion of peace?
The woman would have to turn on the men from the inside, I think.
Well, it's underway right now with MBS in Saudi Arabia. Eleanor, what do you think?
That's what I was hoping.
Also, let's not exaggerate MBS's, presumed kind of leniency towards women. Two things that I can remember in the last decade. Two things. One, women allowed to drive, whoopie-doo. And the next one is women are allowed to leave their homes without being chaperoned by a young male of the family member. If you call this progress, they might guess. These are the crimes that some Islamic countries, including Saudi Arabia, pretend that they're progressing. Is nonsense. What we've seen so far, Islam actually in the countries like Turkey, in Indonesia and other places, is progressing in the opposite direction, regressing, is becoming more radical, and in a horribly bad way. So, I appreciate your ambition or your desire for this religion to modernize itself, but modernization and moderation and Islamic ideologies are contradictory. It will not.
I don't see somebody spiritual here. Hate to dump all this garbage on you guys up right now, but like I said, she's a great person, but it wouldn't be respectful to her, to women as such, when the guy goes for the woman that he doesn't respect. Just can't be that way.
No, we're totally get it, and don't apologize. I asked. I actually have to head off, but Shabbat Shalom to everybody, and I will catch up with you later.
Yeah, thank you for hearing me out. Yeah, I'm sitting one ready to make the job. Got anybody out there, Jefferson Park? A nice Polish girl. Skoki's a place. I don't know. Is Skokie still mostly Jewish? Or at least considerably Jewish? Do they still have my delis that I like over there? Oh, August 30th, Jewish Singles event. $15, such a deal.
Example, I never had to live, obviously, as a Muslim woman, but I feel like the younger generation of Muslim women, they want to work, they want to have more freedom, they want to be able to have love relationships and not have arranged marriages and so forth. And it seems to me that this is, at least from a Western perspective, it's inevitable. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't understand Islam very well. Go ahead. I mean,
I'd settle for them not killing people who disagree with them.
Well, you're asking a lot.
There is a huge obstacle when you look into Islam against reformation that will actually last and implement strong safeguards against misogyny and inequality and apartheid systems. When you examine Islam, for me it's really like a constant revolution towards the past, because there's this deep belief that is mainstream to Muslims that the prophecy is that the Ummah, meaning the community of Muslims, is in charge to implement the Golden Age. And they're trapped because the Quran, being the direct speech of God, they cannot distance themselves from the scripture, and Muhammad being the best example, and he had like very questionable attitude. They are just trapped into always worshipping this man that made such horrible things, including child marriage, genocide, being a warmonger and a misogynist man. So they're trapped, and they just believe that the more they're close to his society of the 7th century, the more God, they're in charge of God's plan. And this is placing Islam closer to ideologies like communism. When people are so delusional, they really think that they can erase inequalities or evil from the world and achieve this perfect world under Sharia or under communism. And so you have to consider the aspect of Islam that is present so much in Judaism and Christianity, except for very, very, very small or old sects. And so this delusional dream is what makes people insane. And this why does Islam really work in synergy with the leftist mindset? That's because there is a revolutionary will. And why does it also blend in with when the right is leading? That's because they have a very conservative approach. So this is the mix, a constant revolution towards the past. That's the problem.
I have a question for the group. Can I ask?
One second, one second. El, can you pin the link that I have sent you? This clear case of Morona facing the disbelievers that he has converted to Christianity and then bombing, Liverpool bombing.
So you sent this to me back channel?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll look for it. The gentleman who wanted to ask the question, go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable. This is a question for the room. There have been polls done of there's a specific poll I'm thinking about, done of over 8,000 Indian Muslim women, which found that 67% of Indian Muslim women wanted to ban Sharia law inside India. Now again, India has something like 230 to 250 million Muslims, so I think that's a lot of Muslims. Why would Muslim women want that? And does that suggest that there is a stream of liberalism within large chunks of the global Muslim population?
I can answer that. I don't know what is the exact percentage, but women have been suffering a lot in India because the personal law is allowed, that is Sharia law is partially allowed in India. The punishment part is not allowed, that is Ahud is not allowed, but the personal laws are allowed. So the clerics have been using, not only the clerics, even the family members have been using it to subjugate women since independence, even before independence also. If you go to the courts, you find a lot of divorce cases where they are not getting any maintenance, and even property, even the division of property, the first claim to property of, if I'm a woman, my father's property would be divided among his relatives, and only a part of that would be given to me. So that puts a lot of women under the mercy, at the mercy of relatives of their relatives. So when those women who are aware of this are actually fighting against this. They want the secular law. So one of the advocates, you know what he did? He remarried according to Indian Special Marriage Act, which gives the right of property to his two daughters. So now the people are following this. Instead of going only for Islamic marriage, they are also registering the marriage under the special provision, so that their property can be given without any legal dispute to their children. Not only that, there are many other cases which is languishing in Indian courts, which takes a lot of time to resolve, and usually it is to the disadvantage of the Muslim women, because this all are interpreted as per Sharia. I mean, the religious books. So that poses a unique problem. I look at triple talaq. It was so prevalent among the Muslim men to just say talaq, talaq, talaq.
Un poquito de estudio en colegio y la escuela de la secundaria.
Say talaq,
Para
talaq,
4
talaq, just
años.
divorce the women. After having 3 children, where will she go? She is not even allowed to have a job, or not allowed to have a property, anything, nothing. So she is on the streets, her children are also on the streets. Now she will marry someone else, and then these children will be abused by the stepfather, and the abuse goes around, and they will not be raised as a good citizens. So definitely women are getting educated. They want to do away with the Sharia law. Yeah.
So here's a question. Why isn't this the case with UK Muslim women, where there is far more support for Sharia law than there is support for Sharia law in Muslims who don't live in the UK?
Some of them are confronted to Sharia law and they know what it is, and some of them in the West, they fantasize about this, and when they see horrible facts about Sharia in other countries, they say, those countries are not real Muslims, and it's not the true Sharia. We believe in the true Sharia, where women will be happy no matter what. That's the double speech that they have.
Like the communists. Oh, that's not real.
Exactly.
That's not real
Simon.
social.
Exactly. It's failing everywhere, but it's still a winning model to follow.
One thing that I've listened to a few people that I don't know have degrees or whatever and stuff, and they can talk about this at length. Another thing is that there's actually quite a societal divide between Muslims and everybody else in the UK. And I think that part of the reason why it's specifically second generation children of immigrants are born into Muslim families. They're actually becoming much more extreme than even their parents were. I think part of it is because they feel like outsiders in the UK. Literally what I feel like is happening. And so they actually find a lot of their identity when they're coming of age in Islam. And that's why they're becoming more extreme than they are where, like, you know, in Saudi Arabia, they're like, the youth are all like leaving Islam en masse, right? So yeah, I really think that's a huge part of it as well.
Is there a contrarian in the room who actually can support or, you know, espouse Sharia and tell us about the beautiful, wonderful benefits, you know, that people can enjoy? Like, is anybody here an actual supporter?
Not a supporter, but I can explain why people like it. Because it's totally designed for Playboy men. I mean, it's totally designed for players. Other than that, go ahead.
I would like to ask Sabina a question. Are you from America?
No, I'm from Somalia.
Okay. Okay, I'll ask a question about Ilhan Omar. Ilhan Omar once claimed that, Islam prohibits interest on loans, isn't it? So your student loans will carry no interest. Can you explain me how she gaslighted the people? Because I'll explain after that.
Can you explain how she gaslighted them? Sorry.
Yeah.
He's asking that how Ilhan Omar has said that there should be interest on loans, right?
Yeah.
That she's made comments like that.
Yeah, to me that's is he saying that's tequila or is that politicians? Because Biden said he would get rid of all the student loans too. Every politician promises to do something.
This is a different thing. What he's talking about is Ilhan Omar saying to get rid of interest itself as a concept.
I understand that, Anand, but the politicians make promises like that. Like Biden said that he would get rid of student loans altogether, not just the interest, the whole thing. That's what he was promising. He's claiming that she does that is tequila. One moment, sir, hold on. She's a politician in America, right? So you're arguing that when she does it, it's tequila. She's not even a devout, like.
No, he's arguing that it's Sharia, Sabina.
That it's a form of Sharia when she says it?
Yeah, abolishing interest is a Muslim concept. That's what they're saying.
Okay, hold on. This is what I don't understand, right? And this is why some people need to understand the different geographical locations, right? What's happening in India is not the same. When Ilhan Omar left Somalia...
Sabina, wait, let's stay focused.
Okay.
Do you understand that in Islam they do not like interest? Do you understand that?
Yes, I know that. It's called the riba.
Okay.
What I'm
Hang
saying...
on, wait, hang on. So what the other gentleman said was that when Ilhan Omar says we should abolish interest, that is a Muslim concept. Do you get that? Abolishing interest. Okay, that's all he's saying.
Right. But I'm arguing that that's not coming from her Islamic perspective. That is actually coming from the, what do you call it? Like the, what's his name? No, Bernie Sanders and the whole socialist group.
Bernie Sanders never said abolish interest, and socialism never said abolish interest. It's a uniquely Muslim concept.
They have said to abolish student loan debt.
Right. So abolishing a student loan is not Sharia. That's not abolishing interest. So if somebody says, for example, I want people to wear a hijab, you can say, well, somebody else wears a hat when it's cold out. Yes, they do. But wearing a hijab is different. So abolishing interest is a specifically Sharia custom or law. That's all he's saying.
Okay, that's fine. Look, there's going to be certain things that Muslims say that are very similar to other Abrahamic religions because it's the same. It's an Abrahamic religion, right? Now I know that.
But wait, Sabina, this is not like Sabina. This is not like an Abrahamic This is specifically Sharia.
And Sharia is part of Islam, correct?
It is Islamic law.
Okay, so, and Islam is not an Abrahamic religion?
That's not relevant to what we're saying.
No other religions talk about getting rid of interest.
Ilhan Omar, who is a Muslim woman, suggesting that we abolish interest is a Sharia idea.
Okay, and I'm asking you guys, and that's all I'm asking, to acknowledge the fact that yes, she's Muslim, but also acknowledge that she's from Somalia, and Somalia never had Sharia law. She's never lived under.
Not the question, but you do understand.
My answer is that she's not
abolishing interest
Okay.
is a Sharia idea. And
Sure.
Nobody else has ever said that, except for her.
Okay.
Not Bernie, not Biden.
Okay, so hold on. The nuns wear head coverings, yes?
Yes.
Normal? Okay.
Yeah.
So is the Pope implementing Islamic law when he tells them to cover their head?
Not in that case. Not in that case.
No?
That's different than interest.
Oh, so there's overlap. Hold on, so that means there's
No,
overlap.
there isn't really any overlap. She's the only person that ever suggested that. So are you denying that Ilhan Omar suggesting that we abolish interest? Are you denying that that's a Muslim idea?
She doesn't
It
know.
could be a Muslim idea.
Which is
No, hold on. Can I respond or?
The head coverings are not even like law by like a specific like theocratic state.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, okay, she's not an Islamist. That's all I'm gonna end the conversation with. If you guys, and normal, you know exactly what an Islamist is. You know what Hamas is and so on. If you're arguing that she is, then
She's definitely not an
no.
Islamist. I mean, I don't know if it's her.
AJ said she was. Were you here when he said it?
Well, that's just a stupid comment thing.
Well, that's exactly.
Leftist, which wants the plastics.
That's how I see it. Exactly. I see her as a leftist. Exactly.
Just a dumb socialist.
She's been saying every single thing that the leftists say. That she parrots all of them. They all say the same stuff. What's her called?
She protects trans rights, all that fucking
Right.
bullshit.
Which would not fly in Muslim countries. That's why I don't get.
Contradicts. Yeah.
Thank you.
Directly contradicts Islam.
Okay, thank you.
However, there's a difference with banning interest and the rest of it. Banning interest does not come from any other major political faction in the United States. That's different, fundamentally different. Now maybe everyone doesn't know that. She's not very well read.
Guys, my prediction came true, by the way. Remember I told you Jews bring Muslims into the West? Well, guess what? A Jew in Canada just got attacked by a Muslim, and it was recorded, and it happened right before I said it would happen. It's on.
Thank you for that. That was very insightful.
No,
I don't know.
No.
It's 24 hour. It's 20 hours old. It shows a Jewish man, and I think his daughter's about 5, and this guy is beating the guy up, and his daughter's swearing all over the place, something like that.
Oh yeah, I've seen the video. It's pretty fucked up, actually.
But this somehow is trying to blame Jewish people for bringing Muslims in, which is like kind of like a Aryan nation, you know, like KKK, like the Jews are destroying society by bringing black folks or by bringing Muslim folks. It's a particularly virulent form of delusion that this guy was promoting. It's nonsense. It's stupid.
Okay. The point I was making.
I want to just make sure Sabrina understands this. There's a concept of usury in Christianity, but that is for excess interest. It's not for zero interest. The concept of zero interest specifically comes from Sharia law. I don't know any other major thinkers or philosophers who push that. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is something, but I would like to know who that is.
Okay, I'll finish the issue. Okay. Thing is, you will hear only about the ban on riba, that is a loan, interest rate. But the problem is, how do they get around that? Okay. Now what they do is, they rename the interest. They call it profit. By example, if I take out a loan of 100,000 US dollars, they will add 50,000 US dollars to the original amount, make it 1,50,000, and got it. Profit 50,000 is the profit, and then they will divide it into EMIs, and you will have to pay the EMIs. And the Muslim themselves are complaining that this is more than the usual interest rate they would have to pay. See, initially they will never say about this. And you know what? If I was talking to a banker and he was saying that we are getting a lot of deposits because the Muslims are not taking interest, means they don't want interest. I told them, do you know what the other part says? He said, no, we don't know. See, the other part says this is a real trap. When Muslim is investing in a company or in a bank, you are not giving him interest, but you have to pay him a portion of your profit. So what is the percentage of the profit that you have to pay out? It is defined nowhere. So if they ask for 50% profit, you have to give them because you have not given them interest. So this is the kind of trap they pull you into. They will give nice, sweet promises. When you're trapped, then they'll have your back.
The reason you have that perspective is because your country used to be ruled by Muslims, right? So that's probably why you have that perspective, right? That's why you're like, oh, if they come in, they'll take over and so on, because that what happened to you. No, but that is what happened to you. They were ruled by Muslims.
No, but you're saying it's specifically he has that view because that's what happened to him. That's what's happening in all the Western countries. They're making their shithole countries and then trying to establish the same rules of law.
By the way, the people who speak like this on the right, they consider India a shithole country too, and they think they're the biggest immigrants to the country. What's your response? Every country was a shithole country at some point, and then became something, and then went back to being shithole, and then became something, and went back. It just comes and goes, comes and goes. So it was a shithole too.
When was America a shithole country?
Are you serious? You don't know how bad things have been.
I'm dead serious. When was America relative to the rest of the world a shithole country?
Compared to many places in the 1800s, 1700s, 1600s, it was a shithole.
1800s in America wasn't. That was like.
You're talking about the proxy war that the Americans and the French had on the land? That period you're talking about?
You made a claim. You said America was a shithole at some point. When that was?
In the 1780s and 1790s, America was not a rich country.
We had the very founding of the country. Okay.
Exactly.
And moving forward, 100
So it was like a shithole country for like a year, and then it became a nation, basically.
No, not a year. A long time.
You know, going back.
I would actually say that the reason why the U.S. has never been a shithole country, because since its inception, it has had the Constitution, which has actually made it so that people can't get away with as much. I know that there's a lot of corruption in the U.S., but nearly as much corruption as to like what's happening in the UK, for example, or what's happening in all those shithole countries, you know? So I would actually say that it was never a shithole.
Sabina, you know, I was just reading the Constitution yesterday and the day before, and it is actually a rather complicated document in terms of reading it and being able to comprehend it. It's rather complicated because it takes in hundreds of years of English legal history and theory. So there's a lot of thought that went into those rules, you know. And so I'm just wondering, like, do you think the Muslims also have a, you know, if there is their set of rules, like, is it as complex as the Constitution?
Yeah, I would argue that the Quran is a very difficult book to read. You would have to learn Arabic. Yeah, it would be.
Oh, I can't read an English translation? I gotta read it in the Arabic?
You have to learn. No, you can learn. Was he asking me or? Okay, never mind, John. You could ask Simon.
once again, one things that it is very simple to read and understand, and you are saying it is very complicated. You're going against Allah.
It's very simple. If Allah doesn't want it, and if Allah wills it, that's as simple as it is.
And Sabina, see, we were ruled by Muslims. We were invaded by Muslims. That would be the right phrase. Okay. And we were ruled by the
So
British
you weren't ruled? You weren't ruled either?
We were ruled. We were invaded and ruled by both the Muslims that
Is it fair to say colonized?
colonized. Exactly.
Right, and so hold on. So if you come from a country where you were colonized and mistreated, wouldn't that make your view of it different than other people that haven't been exposed to it, right? That's why I'm saying I can understand, right?
So
How you have a
he's
negative.
anti-colonial. I thought everybody is anti-colonial.
Yeah, that's why okay. So if I could just land, that's my point. When Indians criticize Islam, when Indians criticize Islam, I think it comes from an anti-colonial perspective because they're colonized. So their way of understanding and
Because they
pushing
don't
back
like to be
against it
invaded
is
and
normal.
What about just that?
No one likes to be invaded and ruled. Am I allowed to finish talking, Simon? What I'm saying is, okay, you know what? Stop. You know what? Don't ask me questions. I just want to listen from now on. Because if someone asks me a question, and then I can't keep talking, so I'll just be quiet.
Say something, please. If somebody asks somebody a question, please let them speak. Go ahead, miss.
Well, let me ask you one more final question, Sabina.
No, don't ask me questions. Ask someone else.
Okay, let me ask some other people in the room. If, the former speaker, Anand said that being a Muslim is like being a playboy. Like, it gives the guys all the great benefits and the women are kind of used as like chattel. So, like, what are the great benefits of joining Islam?
Andrew Tate can tell you.
Is that anti-Semitic, Jew-hating kickboxer who rapes women in Romania?
Anand, stop trolling. Because that's a good answer.
It can easily promote like a toxic masculinity type of model for young boys, and it's attractive because they don't have to do anything. Since young boys do achieve yet.
That's not true. That's not
Yeah,
true. The men have to. Also, being a martyr and fighting for your land that's not a hard thing to do.
Sorry.
If the Muslim men are supposed to protect their country and die as a martyr, that's an easy thing for a man to do. I think that's easy.
That sounds like a cult of death, Sabina. You're making this word.
Okay, and Israel having forced conscription for kids to be in war all the time is also a cult of death. You can say too, correct?
No, that's called democracy. That's not called.
So how come they don't have a choice? Why is it forced conscription?
Well, they do have a choice. They can do social work instead if they want to.
Okay, perfect.
About is really cool.
No, okay, you have every right to defend your country, right? But if someone said to you that the kids who are fighting right now in Israel, that they don't have a hard job, you would get upset, right?
They're not kids, they're 18 and older, they're not kids like in Islam.
Because if they have to fight for their country and if they die as martyrs, that's a hard thing to do. Don't say that it's an easy thing.
They don't die as martyrs. Why are you making up shit, Sabina? Why are you lying all the
Don't
You
time?
can
talk
die
about
as a
Muslims.
martyr. Anyone could die as a martyr.
Nothing.
Yeah, you can.
Do you read Hebrew? You said you have to read Arabic to know the Quran. Do you read Hebrew?
No, that's called it will attract emo people, gothic people. No, really, that's not serious. Like between polygamy, having the right to beat your wife is your possession. As a man, you don't have to prove much. You just have to
And
be
pedophilia, yeah, don't forget pedophilia, yeah.
Just have to be a man grants you like so many advantages and privileges. Also, it's just visible and obvious.
Yeah, I also want to point out Israeli conscription and Islamic sort of martyrdom they're nothing alike. I mean, Israel's draft is to protect its people from actual threats, and they train soldiers to survive and defend the country. Martyrdom, as used by extremists about seeking death to harm others, one defends life, the other destroys it. So the comparison is absolutely ridiculous.
Like the suicide bombers, Sabina.
I just
The ones that target civilians, yeah, they're terrorists, but regular soldiers that fight for their country are not terrorists. Though.
Like Hamas.
I never said Hamas.
Well,
Actually, Israelis were refugees, you know. They were occupied the land, you know. We give them shelter there.
And why do you assume I'm talking about Muslims now? What about all the Muslims that were in combat for thousands of years?
Thousands and thousands of years? Really? I didn't know thousands and thousands of years.
The Jewish people are, you know, the Jewish people not belongs to the land of, you know, Palestine. There is no Israel, you know, anywhere else. I believe asylum here. Everyone talking about the killing the people because they're
You should look at your book, Falcon. Hang on a second, Falcon.
United States of Israel.
You should look at your book, brother. Brother, Israel's in your book. Look it up.
How many have been raped, you know?
Man, Allah is against
You are just
Bani Israel in many times in Quran. And you know, I would like to answer Sabina on the Indian issue. See, we have been colonized by both British and the Muslims. So we never kept grudge against British. I was pissed off as a Christian, as an ex-Christian. I was pissed off British more than the Hindus themselves. But they don't, you know, they don't keep all this grudge against Christians or. And what happened? The Muslims. It was not the British who divided the country. It was the Muslims. In 1934, they asked for a separate country because they said that we cannot live with a polytheist. They got two countries which they said that we'll make paradise out of it. What is the condition of Pakistan and Bangladesh? They're shitholes, much more shithole than us. Yes, we are a third world country. We are very complex, and we are progressing. We are a young country. And it is too complex, unlike other countries, it is too complex that it will take some time to get our act together. I agree with that. But we do have a space program. And see, the problem is now the Muslim population, there was no total population transfer to Pakistan. Those who voted for Pakistan stayed back in India. We allowed that. If it would have been any other country, they would have kicked them out. And now what they are doing is now their population has increased. Now you know what happened in my country? The Muslims took out a procession and a 10-year-old kid, I don't know whether he is 10-year-old, less than that probably, he has actually called for genocide of Christians and Hindus in India. He called for genocide of Christians and Hindus in India. This is the condition of, this is what Muslims are doing in my country. And other things that they are doing is they drove out Kashmiri Pandits from Kashmir. 3 lakh people are refugees in my own country. Those are Hindus, and they are not allowed to.
500,000 non-Muslims were kicked out of Kashmir in a matter of days in 1990. That's what
Exactly. You know what announcement was made from the mosque speakers? Leave, convert or die. Relieve, Garib, Chali. This was from mosque. This is happening in the free India. Okay? We don't have problem with the other. We have got other minorities like Parsis. We have got Zoroastrians. They are the best minority that we have. They are the pioneers. We have got government in exile from Tibet. They are living peacefully here. But this is the only minority that is creating problem for others. That is why, we have to take some steps for our own survival. It is not because that we hate or do something. We allow them everything. Even Sharia law is implemented here. Personal law is implemented. What else do you expect? But you are still not satisfied. I am a minority here. I am living peacefully. Believe me, if you are peaceful in India, you can live a very good life. Nobody is going to snatch your women or nobody is going to snatch your property. Imagine what would have happened if I was on the wrong side of the line. If I would have been in Bangladesh or Pakistan, believe me, my mother, my sister, everybody will be abducted. There will be always a threat of abduction. I cannot have property because anytime a Muslim has property, they would accuse me of blasphemy and kill me. You know, even in conservative areas in India, I had beef. Like in the Hindu majority, I used to have beef. You can have beef, okay, discreetly. But the Muslims want to show their power and we'll cut open your rubbered cow and show you to I will like provoke you. That is when problem happens. By the way, Hindus from my area, they have beef. It's
Oh, hey, Tobias, you're here. What's up, Tobias? How you doing? That was an epic night last night. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, man, that went on for quite a while. Actually, I left. I don't know how much longer you guys went on for. But when did the room close?
It didn't close until like 4 o'clock today or something.
Wow, it's crazy.
Yeah, or 3 o'clock, yeah, something like that. I don't know, leaving, but yeah, that was epic. Yeah, and fucking hell, that was like, yeah, it was just fun. Thanks, man.
Yeah,
First time back in the app in a year, that was epic.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Tobias, I have a question. Actually, here, give me just 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's one of those things, AJ, that I've always felt that I know that most Indians are like good, hardworking people, and they're shaped by their sort of culture and faith that actually value respect and tolerance in their community. And Hinduism, which is obviously the majority religion, teaches good principles, very much connected to like non-violence and harmony. The country's challenges are obviously made worse by many decades of aggression and terrorism from Pakistan, but the people continue to live and work and build. So I think earlier the comments about India as being a shithole, I think actually that kind of ignores the reality of who people actually are and what they stand for.
Well, I'm not saying that the people are shithole.
No, I'm not responding to you, Simon. I was responding
because
to.
I directly said India was a shithole.
Oh, was that you? All right.
So, I mean, like again, but like that doesn't exclude. Like I would say, like Nigeria is also a shithole country, but like Nigerian people are extremely hardworking. So it's not to discount. Like the actual people themselves.
Yeah, it wasn't because you weren't the only one that said that. It was also that lady, that Muslim lady earlier, where she said it in a way that was directly not for the reasons that you said it. That's what I was mainly referring to her.
I lived in India. I loved India. I don't know. I had a great time when I was there, so I don't think it's a shithole country. But so Tobias, my question for you is, what do you think about all of the protests going on today in like every city in the UK? Do you think it's gonna work? Do you think people are done with it?
What are the
It's been going on. They're migrant protests essentially, all over the country. Small towns, big towns, cities. Yeah, I was kind of watching the news earlier, and they were like kind of going to all the different cities, kind of like interviewing people, and so it's in at least 40 towns and cities, but I think there's a lot more going on because I saw them in my town too when I was in town. It was smaller though, but yeah. What are your thoughts on this? Because it's getting pretty crazy here.
Yeah, I've been kind of busy all day. I read a little bit about it. It does seem a bit crazy, man. I need to kind of read up what's going on. I kind of have a gist of what's happening, or can you enlighten me? You wouldn't mind?
Yeah, it's specifically to do with the hotel, the migrant hotels, and they're like protesting at the hotels in all of these different cities. So it's like specifically towards, I don't know if people know what's going on, but in the UK right now, there's something like 250 hotels across the country, all over the place now, where they have been taking these illegal migrants and housing them in there. And the Labour government has been telling everyone that it's mostly women and children, when in fact, like, there's even statistics out there saying that it's like 75% men. And we've been having a lot of issues with them. There have been like a lot of underage girls that have been raped by these guys. Women are getting sexually assaulted. These guys are not coming from the best places, maybe what Simon would consider a shithole country. And it's getting to be a pretty dire situation in the UK. And I think that like, basically the UK is like about to explode. So that's my thoughts on this. And a lot of people are saying it.
Yeah, I'm following what is happening in England. It's very pathetic situation. Even now, even now the boats are coming and the government is not unable to stop it. Despite the PM saying that we'll be deporting them. And as soon as they land, these migrants, they go hang around the schools and stare at all these young kids. It's pathetic, man. These people have to, if kids are not safe, how will a parent can settle down and be at peace? It's paranoia he'll be always be in paranoia, like what is going to happen to my kid. And the schools are like teaching these kids, introducing them to Islam, taking them to mosque, and doing all this kind of shit, teaching about Islam. This all should be kept away from schools. It should be personal matter. Somehow, even the Christian preachers who are preaching on the road, even those who are praying silently are being arrested by the police. Whereas the Islamists, they are taking out big processions, blocking the road for prayer and doing all kinds of nonsenses. Nothing is happening to them. Absolutely nothing.
Well, yeah, so AJ, so what I will say is that I think part of the outrage is obviously that like women and kids aren't safe now in many of these towns, and they're putting them in little towns that like some of them are even outnumbering the actual like main population of the town. And there's a bunch of these hotels that are actually like right next to schools as well, like just like public children's schools. And there's like, story after story, mom just like sees that there's like these random guys that are like on their state-given cell phone filming their children going to school and things like that. And it's just getting like super dire. And so that's why the UK is essentially breaking down right now, is because, and I think the other side of the outrage that's happening is the fact that we are paying something like $50 billion a year to house these people. So a huge chunk of our tax money is going to these people, and then they're coming here, and then they're making our children very unsafe. So it's like, yeah, so that's sort of the issue at hand right now, and that's why it's kind of boiling over.
Yeah, I'm just reading about it now. Like, yeah, no, I did read about this earlier, but I didn't know too many details. I've had quite a bit of a busy day, but I can see why people are angry about it. Yeah, I guess a lot of people worry about sort of safety and sort of cultural tensions and stuff. And I think it's good that people are finally kind of speaking up a bit, but I'm not sure how much will change, because obviously the government has been ignoring immigration concerns for so many years now.
Yes, the Brits themselves are sleeping rough on the road. They are homeless, and these people are housing terrorists. And pensioners, I think pensioners are being evicted also, in some cases.
My name is Tina Peters.
They're worked
According to the media,
their entire life, paid the taxes, paid their bills, doing everything as required by a good citizen. And they are being thrown out on the road. I don't know what's happening. If you're good, you'll suffer like hell, isn't it? And I'm seeing young women on the road, homeless women. Such a sad situation, and they are thrown to this roads. Anything can happen to them.
Yeah, I mean, one other big thing that happened that has people up in arms is that one thing that specifically happened that has like veterans on arms, for example, in the UK, is the fact that there was like a government funded veteran housing estate that they kicked all of the veterans living there out to rehome migrants, like boat people, which is pretty outrageous as well. It's like they care so much about those people that they're willing to like throw their own people under the bus day in and day out, and allow children to get raped, allow women to get raped, allow weird fucking things to happen. Like I don't know if anybody saw the viral video that happened yesterday in London, where like a guy literally just like clearly like a guy, boat guy, just pulled his dick out in the middle of the subway in front of kids, and like I think like 6 guys just joined in and like beat him up and did a citizen's arrest on him. It's like a super viral video that literally just came out.
I mean, you gotta look at it from. Can't you see it from the perspective of the Muslim man who's 28 or 32, living in a hotel in a foreign country that he's never lived in before? He just came out of a war-torn place, and he's angry. He's not feeling that great about his situation in life, so he might take risks and opportunities that violate the law and are antisocial behavior and are destructive. I'm just saying, what is the perspective and the attitude of the migrant living in the hotel in a major Western city?
So I could kind of disprove your point. So actually, the majority are not coming from war-torn countries. They're actually coming from countries where there's no war going on currently, and they're being called for essentially economic migrants. So it's not, they're not coming, they're coming here to get free money, essentially. Because I'm all for saving refugees, getting people out of war-torn countries. If people are unsafe, I would say that the UK, now that it's the rape capital of Europe, I would start to say that women and children should probably start migrating out of this country and go to a safer country. But yeah, no, a huge portion of these guys are not coming from war-torn countries. They're coming as economic migrants because the government is giving them money, giving them free housing, they're giving them a cell phone, they get a weekly allowance, and most of them are ending up with permanent residency in the country.
How many of them are sent back?
Almost none. Almost none.
What's the process? How long do they wait before a decision is made?
Well, there's so many people that have come into the country, the courts are backed up by about 2 to 3 years. So it takes about 2 to 3 years now to find out if they can stay. I think something like 85, 90% stay, and they get permanent residency. And at that point, if just say they do something like rape a child, at that point, they can just rip up their other passport and say, well, I don't have that passport anymore, so you can't deport me from this country. And the other thing that's outraging people is the really lenient sentences that are happening to these people. Like, I've read story after story after story after story of people getting suspended sentences for, like, raping an underage girl because they have these lawyers, these NGO lawyers, that are saying they didn't know that it was wrong.
And on what basis does the government grant them permission to stay? What do they look at?
Lawyers,
in order to decide
lawyers,
whether or not
they're saying they didn't know that it was wrong.
Is it their behavior or what is it?
Well, to be completely honest, based on what's been going on here, I would say that they don't even look at anything. I mean, I would say that it's essentially just unvetted, like large, mass-scale migration. So there are people that are coming here that have like rape charges, for example, or murder charges in the previous country, and they're not checking that. So there's all these people that are in the country now. I mean, one of the things that's like really scary, for example, is that the previous Tory government hid an entire Afghani refugee program from the public, and without us knowing, some obscene amount of Afghanis came to the country, and they put a complete media block on it. And it's turning out that a lot of these Afghanis just applied for the program that did not work with the UK Army or the US Army, and weren't working as interpreters. And they're actually, now we've found out that some of them are also ISIS terrorists. So it's like, it's a complete shit show over here. Like, I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen such a massive breakdown in standing with society.
It's almost like the governments want to demoralize the people and cause chaos. I wonder why they'd want to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you do realize the only way to rule Clown House or, Clown World is to destroy Clown World or, to essentially divide and conquer.
Pakistan is not at war with anyone. It has not been at war since a long time.
What do you mean? They just attacked India 3 months ago.
Yeah, that's that demonstrate the religious hatred. They can if it is war between two countries, you just attack the soldiers, isn't it? An army post. What they did was they infiltrated into India, 3-4 hours. They went to a touring spot. They literally pulled out. First of all, they asked whether they can say the Islamic prayer, and when they were in doubt, in order to confirm, they pulled down their pants and checked whether the men were circumcised or not, and they immediately shot them without one asking any question. And when the accompanying women was in a state of distress and said, "Kill us also," they didn't kill them because they wanted to leave people so they'll be in a state of trauma. And everybody, Hindus and one Christian also was killed. So this is the religious hatred. We don't, there is no other problem other than religious hatred. I would like to inform the room that there is an Islamic prophecy that says that they will conquer India. It's called Kaswai Hind. You can just type on YouTube Kaswai Hind, and you'll find hundreds of videos that prophesizes this. They're already ready for this, and there are people asking, when we conquer India, what will happen to all the Hindu women, whether we'll marry or whether we'll keep them as sex slaves? This is the kind of idiotic question that they are asking to clerics. See the kind of indoctrination and the kind of hatred that they have against others. And even the children are so indoctrinated that a video came up, like we'll be celebrating our next holidays in New Delhi or in Mumbai or at some other city. You know what that implies? That implies that Pakistan will conquer India and they'll either convert or kill all Indians. And even celebrities, that's another, we love the Pakistani cricketers when cricket happens. So even prominent Pakistani cricketers whom we have helped, many times, they were talking about this. They are saying that rivers of blood will flow. Which means only one thing, that again the Hindus will be slaughtered by Pakistanis. They believe in this. So it's not Islamophobia or any bullshit. And they will do it, whether you like it or not, whether you are friendly or not, whether you do anything for them. They think that is your country is Karnataka. They will invade it.
From a Western perspective, importing high testosterone young men that are polygamists and militant in nature because of religious and, theocratic programming, it's not desirable because it causes more conflict and more concern and more work on behalf of the new host country. It's like bringing fleas or parasites, into your home. I mean, nobody wants to deal with bed bugs.
Okay, I love the
metaphors. They're very. Uh, no, but I just think that they were a little bit small, maybe, but it's okay.
The word you were looking for was creative.
I just want you to land. I want you to hit that nail on the head there, John. Not quite there, bro. I can see what you're saying. But I just wish you were like there.
Well, a lot of people, the way they deal with bed bugs, they just throw the whole mattress out, and then they got to do a full sterilization of the room. I mean, you can't leave one little critter left, otherwise they can remultiply. You got a whole nother infestation, and then you got to throw out that mattress again. It's a lot of work dealing with bed bugs.
Are we the bed bugs?
Well, sometimes you don't know if you're the parasite, and sometimes you don't know if you're the host. But, intelligence is being able to determine whether or not you are the parasite or you are the host.
So, what if we are able to realize we might be the parasite? Are we still intelligent?
I don't know, if you describe yourself as a parasite, would you describe yourself as being intelligent?
I'm not saying that. Maybe sometimes we all can be a parasite, right?
I don't think that's the question. I think the question is ethics. It's what is right, what is wrong, and that should be the guidance when you speak. So if we don't have any guidance, we can talk shit about everyone, we can start a genocide or anything. I just think that we should have our manners in place, that's it.
Agreed, but when your government and your local elected official imports thousands of Muslims into your backyard without even telling you, there's grounds to be a little upset with your elected so-called democratic leaders that are destroying your future.
That is accurate. That's accurate. Yeah, sure.
I have sent you a website. It's called thereligionofpeace.com. It's a very informative website. They update the daily attacks or incidents that happen around the world. It also gives the statistics on what is happening around in the world in a month. It has also some interesting things running like Ramadan bombathon. During Ramadan, the number of kills that Muslims make is given a statistic.
Hinduism. Now that's religion of peace. There we go. The guy who killed Gandhi was a Hindu. Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Long time.
I said Hinduism. That's the religion of peace, right? It's the guy who killed Gandhi. He was a Hindu.
You are saying that the guy who killed Gandhi was a Hindu?
Yeah, he was. That's what I've been reading. He was a Hindu.
Yes, of course, he was a Hindu. When women were being raped in Calcutta in Direct Action Day in 1947, you know what Gandhi said to these women? Learn how to get killed. If the Muslims want to rape you, just let them rape you. He was also responsible for another genocide in 1921, wherein the Muslims almost wiped out the Hindu population in southern state of Kerala. And all, including Annie Besant, was criticizing him. So he was basically appeasing the Muslims. He allowed them to massacre the Hindus on more than 2 occasions. He considered the creation of Pakistan and Bangladesh. He also sat on a protest to give Pakistan 50 crore rupees. Okay, you know what Pakistan did? and bought ammunition and raided India.
Can we talk about Israel and the problem Israel has? I mean the problem the Muslims have with Israel instead of other countries, please.
Sure, but it should be a.
Well, he's saying some interesting things about the Mahatma Ji I've never heard before, and I gotta say it's a little alarming.
Yes, it's alarming because even I was not aware of it. And only when I grew up and people started saying, I opposed them. I said nothing like that happened. But when I read history, and when I had gone through the accounts of those who were privy to it, I have a different view. Maybe yes.
I was just gonna ask if one of the mods can reset the room and we can start this party.
So it should not just concentrate on Israel because people will think that this is happening only in Israel and you are to be blamed. When you show them that it is happening all around the world, that only then will people realize that this is a global problem and this ideology is a problem. Otherwise, they think this is just a land dispute.
I agree.
So what is it in Islam that gives them this, I guess, feeling of superiority, or I can do whatever the F I want to do?
This is, when they start off in madrasa, that is the Islamic schools, they are totally brainwashed. They had said everything. Like one of my friend, he did not have any much outside contact with other people. So he was told every day that Islam is the most perfect religion. It is perfect according to science, and there are many scientific facts in the Quran. And this has a certain effect on people. Okay. Then there is a Spartan lifestyle. In this madrasas, you are abused. You have to get up in time. If you don't recite the Quran, you get trashed mercilessly. So it is a Spartan lifestyle. And sometimes even the food is very scarce. You get abused sexually in this madrasas. You can get corporal punishments. You can get severely beaten up. So where do they vent the anger? That is when these imams redirect the anger towards the non-believers. They'll not teach it directly initially. They'll say, Allah doesn't like shirk. And who are the people who commit shirk? Yes, it is the Jews, Christians, and here in India, it's majority Hindus. Whom do they worship? They worship the cows. All kind of these tropes are fed into the psyche. This act, even if they don't mean it, it will be in the back of their mind. Like a guy was describing an incident wherein this guy has never seen a Jew in his life. Okay. So both this Hindu and this Muslim was traveling on a bus. Suddenly, a foreigner alighted the bus. Boarded the bus. And he said that he is from Israel. While conversing, he is from Israel. And the Hindu guy was describing he has never seen a Jew, and this Muslim friend also has never seen a Jew. But immediately the Muslim got angry. And he is usually a cool person. He was like so angry with this guy whom he has never known. And he wanted to thrash him, but he knew the consequences. That's why he was keeping his cool. I would like to narrate another incident, very funny. Okay, like 2 years back, a cleric was saying that you should not have fruit juice. Why? Because the juice rhyme with the juice. It is the invention of the juice. Imagine the kind of tropes they are making up and distributing. It's very
funny. But at the same time, it is also tragic because there are people who believe it, idiots. They've been conditioned that way, and they have this control mechanism. Everything that you do is controlled. If you don't go to mosque, people will notice, and they will ask you, "Did you come to mosque?" He cannot lie because there will be others who will corroborate the story. And if you don't come, he'll be like ostracized, and people will like physically assault him if they don't come to mosque for a long period of time.
Did Muhammad decide to call Islam Islam because they want to like slam all religions and slam all other ideologies? Is that the basis for the Muslimic, or the Mohammedans is Islam?
No. Can I play a video? I got a video I could play if the mods don't mind.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I'll read the context 1 second.
I mind.
You mind?
Yeah.
Who's that? Yeah, you're not a mod. Okay.
I'm a mod.
No, you're not. Okay.
Yeah,
So, mod, can you mute that guy so I can play this video?
No, I'm a mod. Mute this guy.
There's a video. Okay, 1 second.
What's the video, baby?
I'm playing it. 1 sec.
But what is it before you play it?
Muslims living with Hindus. Problem. Muslims living with Baha'is. Problem. Muslims living with Shintos. Problem. Muslims living with Buddhists. Problem. Muslims living with Christians. Problem. Muslims living with Muslims. Very big problem.
All right, I don't want to hear. I don't like to bang on any religion, so I don't. Okay, I don't think it's helpful, dude. Thank you, though.
It's not banging on a religion. It's stating the facts, and then the video wasn't even finished.
I understand. I muted it. I don't want to. It is banging on Islam. You're saying that Islam can't live with anybody.
No, but you didn't know that. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna argue.
Yeah.
If you listen to the full context of the video, they leave their country to go to another country, and then because they didn't like the country they left, and then they turn that country into the country that they left. It's like a woman that getting plastic surgery all the fucking time. You can't keep her happy. Even God can't even make her happy.
When Pakistan was divided, the man responsible for partition was Muhammad Ali Jinnah. He was a Shia. Okay. Now the Sunnis in Pakistan are calling Shias.
But how did this that Norm? You didn't want to slam, but this guy's been slamming Islam for the past 20 minutes that I've been in the room. But you wouldn't let me play the video.
Okay, another sect called Ahmadiyas. They were at the forefront of partition. Now the Sunnis are saying that they are not Muslim. They are being persecuted, while Ahmadis in India are having a peaceful life. You can see during Eid, they are not allowed to sacrifice the animal. Their minarets are broken down. Their places of worship will be bombed. Yeah, Muslims are safer in India than in Pakistan because you don't know who is going to come and place a bomb in Pakistan. Shia bombs the Sunnis, Sunnis bomb the Shia, both bombs the Ahmadis. Well, Scotty has put up another room which says the Zionist can't be reasonable or have a debate. And there is no one in the room except Scotty.
Oh, there's another live going on, is there? Mr. AJ? Let me check.
You know, I have one. I started an Islamic, Mohammedan, Muslim nonprofit so I could help spread the joy of Quran to more Muslims and more potential Muslims. I figure like get ahead of the curve before they control the marketplace.
Okay, now can I play the video? Tobias? Ruben chick?
But he's asking that.
It's BB.
Yeah, you can play
Yeah, BB, play whatever you want, man.
Yeah,
go ahead.
yeah, I'll allow it.
Okay, then
I'll moderate you too, BB. One sec.
Thanks, and then I'm gonna read the context after because it's pretty interesting. But yeah, 1 second, guys. Thanks. Because I think it's important.
Problem. Muslims living with Hindus. Problem. Muslims living with Baha'is. Problem. Muslims living with Shintos. Problem. Muslims living with Buddhists. Problem. Muslims living with Christians. Problem. Muslims living with Muslims. Very big problem. So this led to they're not happy in Gaza. They're not happy in Egypt. They're not happy in Libya. They're not happy in Iran. They're not happy in Iraq. They're not happy in Yemen. They're not happy in Pakistan. They're not happy in Syria. They're not happy in Lebanon. They're not happy in Nigeria. They're not happy in Kenya. They're not happy in Sudan. They're not happy in Morocco. And they're not happy in Afghanistan. So, where are they happy? They're happy in Australia. They're happy in Belgium. They're happy in France. They're happy in Holland. They're happy in Italy. They're happy in Germany. They're happy in Spain. They're happy in Sweden. They're happy in Denmark. They're happy in the USA and Canada. They're happy in Norway and India. They're very happy in England. Loads of welfare benefits. They're happy in almost every country that is not Islamic. And who do they blame? Not Islam. Not their leadership. Not themselves. They blame the countries they are happy in. And they want to change the countries they're happy in to be like the countries they came from where they were living with.
So
When you read the, it says, for those not following the logic of this video, Muslims flee their own countries to objectively better countries than the only one they fled with, the goal of turning the new country into the one that they fled from. No logic, but it's their religion that tells them Islam is to take over the entire world and enter every house. Many other migrants flee countries that are not Muslim, but the difference is that they assimilate into the countries by respecting its laws, but becoming more like the people in it, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse, but they do not have an end goal of turning it into the place they came from. That would make zero sense.
Well, you can't put the blame necessarily on the people that want to make their new host country like their former bad host country, because it's really the leaders of the Western countries that are letting them in to begin with. Those are the most guilty, in my opinion, of all, of this whole dynamic. It's the people in the West that are letting these Muslims in.
I agree. And why do you think that is? And you're a very intelligent guy. Do you think they're doing it because of votes?
I think it's clown world. It's a wokeism, and they are trying to malign and destroy their own country in order to essentially maintain power, which you could say is votes.
No, they're doing not just for votes. They're doing it because these people come and work the jobs that you would not work.
But they're not. But they're not. Like in Canada and the United States, if you see it, they're coming here because they're making more money. Like in Canada, they're making more money than somebody who's worked here for 35 to 40 years, getting a retirement pension and benefits at old age. They're making more. So my mother tomorrow, even though she came as an immigrant, worked her whole life here, worked for 50 years. I think she makes $1,100 a month, retired. If she goes tomorrow, throws away her passport, starts speaking different language, she would quadruple that amount. How the fuck is that right and normal? I want to know the actual stats on how much migrants, like what's the ratio, how much they're taking off of the system as opposed to the people that actually built this country. I would agree with your statement if it was 20 years ago. They come here, they work. No, they come to Western countries and into Europe and take the benefits of it and then burn the flag of the country that they're sitting in, receiving the benefits of it.
True, but I'm saying there's demographic change. I mean, you cannot deny that the average age of Europe is now like 45 plus, 47 plus in Spain and in Norway and so on. You cannot deny that sooner or later, the doctors, the nurses, lots of these people will be immigrants, and out of immigrants, a huge number of them are going to be Muslims.
So you think wait, hold on, because from my understanding, the Muslim world's making babies at a faster rate than anybody else. But somebody who's very well versed on is Yaakov. He could give you like actual data and stats on that. But Yaakov, you actually talked about the birth rate.
Yeah, in Western countries, they have much larger families than native populations. In the U.S., average American family is like 1.69 kids per woman. It can be anywhere from 3, depending on where you are, 3 to 5. When you're getting all these benefits and you're getting housing allowances and other things, it's easier to have kids.
Okay,
Plus, there's a built-in incentive to have children. Like, they're taught, more kids equals, better future and quicker path to taking over.
Absolutely. Quick anecdote. I was in a cab in the U.S. and the guy who was driving me was originally Palestinian, right? Who lived in Egypt. And he was telling me, I just happened to ask him, like, what do you do? He's like, I have a business. My son's run it. It's a mechanic shop, garage. And he's like, I have a good business. I'm like, okay, cool. He's like, yeah, I have 5 kids in America, 5 sons. All of them are supporting him in the business. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of children. Oh, he's like, that's nothing. He's like, that's nothing. My cousin who lives in the West Bank has 125 grandchildren. 125 grandchildren for one man. Because he has 15 kids and 125 grandchildren. Maybe he was exaggerating, I don't know. But
that goes back to the average age of 45 and older. I believe it's way younger.
The thing is, like, try even living somewhat of a decent life with like 15 kids and like fucking 125 grandchildren. It's like, there's no, like, if you're living in poverty and you're just having sex and kids, it's like, okay, cool, like, there's nothing to aspire to. But like, when you're living a somewhat decent life in like a Western country, like, you don't want that many kids simply because like your standards of living would be drastically.
But why not? If the government's giving you benefits to pay and you're living better than somebody who's worked there their whole life. But the problem I see with the problem I see is I don't think it's the problem of having 15 kids. I think the problem is when you're in that country receiving the benefits of the 15 kids and then you burn a flag of the country that's giving you the benefits. I think that's where the big I wake up and
the median age for Muslim Americans.
I don't really care about that.
The median age for Muslim Americans is 34, compared to, depending on what sector you're looking at, anywhere from 39 to 48. So they are significantly younger. So you can compare 34. Actually, the best way to compare, best two numbers to compare is 34 to 48 median age.
Did you hear the story from Texas where in Dallas they bought like 400 acres of land?
That got shut down.
That got shut down, I know, because I came
It got shut down. Yeah. Why?
Yeah, so they were trying to create a small little Islamic piece of land within Texas where Muslims will rule. They will have a central mosque and mostly Muslims will get housing in that community. And they were trying to create a small little Sharia law, in Texas.
Why was that shut down? Do that. So the way they got around doing that, and I don't know how, I have to look into it, I don't know how Governor Abbott shut it down, because
because it's a local land use issue. But he claims to have shut it down. But you can't just sell property to Muslim Americans. It's just not allowed. What they did do is to say there's essentially it's a homeowners association, and there's a common fund that you have to pay into, and a large percentage of the common fund goes towards maintaining, I don't know what the Muslim word is for mosque, but the masjid, I think is what it's called. So a lot of that goes to masjid. Thank you. So like Christians and Jews or anybody, A, probably don't want to be surrounded by all of that, and B, don't want to be supporting that financially. So it's a cute way of gatekeeping.
And I think
legal gatekeeping.
And I think the problem is I think 90% or 99% of the room wouldn't care. They don't have a problem with any religion as long as the religion is not impeding on your life, or I don't see many other religions where they leave the country that they're in, go to another country, and try and rule the whole country, make everybody their religion, and don't want to contribute to society and want to make their own society. I think that's where the big problem is, and I think the elephant in the room is who we all see. So that's where the big problem comes in.
Well, look at Syria and the Islamists in Syria. They're throwing Druze off of cliffs that they just murdered. I mean, it's a murderous overthrow of the governments and the locals. It's submit to Sharia or die, and you're lucky if we don't kill you, even if you do submit to Sharia.
Yeah, and where's the outcry? Where's the rooms? Where's the clubhouse rooms? Where's the Twitter spaces? Where's the Instagram? Where's all these rooms? Where's these protests about what's going on in places like Syria? And I think there's a huge number of places that it's going on right now. Where is the outcry? There is none.
They're not. You can go to Amir's room, and he says, "I don't talk bad about Hamas." He says, "That's not my job. I don't talk bad about Hamas." So and he will call people kufers, and listen. If you're an Islamist and a Muslim, you got to stay on code. You can't break from code.
Islam is a spectrum. On the extreme spectrum, there are jihadists and like Al Qaeda and stuff. On the other side of the spectrum, there are people like the mayor from London, and now possibly the mayor in New York. Right, they're on the other side of the spectrum, and in between is everybody: the lawyer, the judge, the housewife having multiple kids and sharing her partner with 4 other women or 3 other women. They're all in it for the same cause. Some just directly kill you, some don't. That's it. Education does not matter. Nothing matters.
Do you remember when that Sinbad or Sinbar guy got killed? The leader of Hamas. He got killed. Well, I just sent a picture of that dude to Amir because he didn't believe that it was actually him. So I sent him an actual picture. He blocked me permanently from his room. So he's definitely a Hamas sympathizer, just saying Amir is. So.
Not just a sympathizer, he is a potential terrorist and a terrorist promoter.
I agree. Absolutely a promoter.
It just reminds me of, you guys remember when ISIS was doing their thing and they were big? And you would see little groups in Virginia, and I forget, there's little camps, and then women were also running to join and be married to them and this and that, and it was what the fuck? This is more of a passive aggressive way of what they're doing now, but I think it's more dangerous, far dangerous of what's going on with these rooms, with these guys that are promoting and sitting back and saying, "I'm just giving you the news," and no, you're not, you're grooming.
Yeah. Just as bad as our schools were grooming us for college. I mean, we don't fuck the groomers, bro. Yes, that Amir, yes.
See, if you're a leader and all you do is stir the pot of hate, you're not a leader. You're actually a leech, a parasite, a turd.
Yeah. Islamophobic. Absolutely. That's Islamophobic. How dare you?
Well,
no, but that's the problem. People are afraid to talk about Islam because they're like, oh, we're bashing. No, you're not bashing. If somebody's robbing a bank, no, but listen, that's the problem. People are afraid, right? But if we're talking about bank robbers because they rob banks, then they're like, I don't want to give bad word names to bank robbers. No, you're doing a bad fucking thing. Somebody needs to talk about you. And there needs to be more and more people talking about it without the fear of being called Islamophobic.
see, Sabina will say there's a difference between Islamophobes and Islamahate. See, Islamophobia suggests that you are fearful of something that you are unaware of, meaning that you haven't really truly learned that Islam is a religion of peace and harmony and balance and stability. So you're accused of being fearful about something you don't know anything about. And when you attack Islam, you're called an Islamic hater. So this is all just political reverse psychology, and it's absolutely ridiculous. And you should be concerned not just about the religious aspects, but you should be more concerned about the political ambitions. It's a political movement primarily and deals very little with spiritual, psychological issues with regards to peace and balance and stability and harmony and love and law. It's political. It's a political movement to control you, to usurp your rights, your constitutional God-given liberties, with a new set of rules, which is the final revelation, the religion that culminates the Abrahamic religions and summarizes it in a brilliant new flash of political ideology.
Wow, that was amazing.
Islam, garbage philosophy. It's a primitive philosophy. It worships death and it's not compatible with Western values. Fuck it.
Agreed. See, if they were more intelligent, they would actually be reading poetry and doing taqiyya by giving you maybe the fruits of Islamic scholars like Rumi, and that because that is a great book. But again, that deals with psychology. That to me, I've read Rumi many times. That's the only intelligent thing I've ever read that has come out of the Islamic world, and it was Persian. It was not, Arabian.
I just can't wait until everybody is to all come together and just say fuck Islam. I just can't wait. Look forward to the protests.
You won't see that because in the left and the West, we are totally woke. Wokeism is the herd psychology still. The mind virus hasn't necessarily been broken, and it will take strong leaders and patriotic leaders like Trump and J.D. Vance and other great Americans who are willing to resist the woke mind virus, which is an infection in our soul, in our charter, in our constitution.
Well, do you think, do you guys think that, like realistically? Because I think you may be onto something, but I don't know, because everybody, I don't know what your ages are here, but when I was a kid, everybody loved Michael Jackson. Right? The Jackson 5, Michael Jackson, he was like everything. He was like mesmerizing the way he danced, so he sang. And then towards the end, everybody turned on him.
Well, he was dangling babies out of windows. The guy turns out to be a sociopath, psychopath, and
Everybody
loved Bill Cosby too, bro. Everybody loved Bill Cosby too.
But yeah, exactly. But the people we're talking about, they don't dangle babies out of windows. They throw them out fucking windows and throw people off rooftops and murder.
Well, look what the former speaker said about Mahatma Gandhi. Historical revisionism is a bitch because a lot of people think Mahatma was this fantastic leader, but no, he actually gave up a lot of his own people to appease Muslims and allowed them to get murdered and said, learn to love how to get murdered. Like that. So there's a dark side to history with regards to, this glorious revolution and liberation of neocolonialism or colonialism. So, you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Sleep naked with young teenage girls too, bro.
Well, he was just trying to boost his chakras, All great leaders need to keep their chakras boosted.
Yeah.
But how many of us have seen those videos of the child marriages that are going on to today in 2025 still? The people
It's
are
wild.
how are people not shaking their fucking head?
Because, you know, from the TikTok, Instagram, YouTube consumers of the West, when they see something happening in a third world, they just go, "Oh, that's just third world customs. You know, not my problem." But literally down the street and in every major U.S. city, they're building mosques at an unprecedented rate.
That's the culture.
I mean, Jewish restaurants in, you know, Chicago get torn down and they build mosques. It's happening all over, and the Saudis fund a lot of this. You know, there's a lot of criticism in America for Israel and other countries, but you don't ever hear these complainers talking about Saudi Arabia or Syria or Yemen or any of these places where, you know, the virulent strain of Islam exists. And meanwhile, we're importing it into our own major cities and even rural towns. It's an invasion, and you know Trump is just the man to stop it, and he is stopping a lot of this Muslim migration.
Yeah, absolutely. He's the man because he just took a $250 million Qatari plane. You know why he took that plane? And why did Qatar give it to him? Do you have any idea?
Well, see, he's a smart guy. You don't kick a gift horse in the mouth. If somebody says, "Hey, here's a $250 million toy," you know, and people criticize. But go ahead, Shiva. Why?
The biggest sponsor of terrorism in the world is Qatar. Nobody comes close. Iran doesn't come close to Qatar. The Qataris are the only people who sponsor both Shia and Sunni terrorist jihadi groups. Okay? And the Qataris have a huge American base protecting them. The king, the leadership of Qatar is being protected by the American military. Can you imagine what you're doing there? And to take a gift from them for $250 million, that means I'm making peace with you. I'm not going to touch you guys. You know, keep doing what you're doing. And as long as you do business with me, we'll get along. That's it. So I wouldn't give too much of that.
Well, why do you even think that gift was like a sincere gift? Because there's a lot of liabilities with maintaining a plane. It's like here's a toy that we don't even want to take care of anymore because we'd rather upgrade to the new model. It's like it's basically a bullshit gift.
What if it's hacked? That Trump goes on it one day and they fucking control it and fly it into a fucking building.
Well,
I'm sure the Air Force will strip it down and they will do all the checks necessary. But the point is, why are we taking it? They will give it, no problem. They have lots of money. Qatar has a lot of money, right, lying around. They will give it. But why are we taking it?
I think the principle is don't kick a gift horse in the mouth. You know, we'll take anything you want to give us for free. I mean, we're sick of spending money. You know, how about you give us something? You know, the point is, it's a fucking insincere gift. It's a stupid gift. But the fact that the media blows it up and claims that he's violating emoluments and that he's taking a gift, it's his gift. It's going to go to his presidential library. It's like fuck off. Like, you know, keep your stupid fucking plane. But you know, the principle is, oh, you want to be nice and give us something? Yeah, sure. I'd love to take your gift. You don't kick a gift horse in the mouth.
You have a point. I mean, we're tired of paying for everything, dude. Why the fuck not get something like that for free?
So you would take gifts from Al Qaeda?
No, I mean, you make a good point. I mean, I think before they abandoned Afghanistan, they should have torched and destroyed every single piece of military equipment that they left there. To leave the Afghanis with U.S. military weapon systems to make them into a strong army is fucking mind-boggling. Mind-boggling.
Yeah, that is strange as fuck, right? I mean, we did make them an actual legitimate military, you know, but we didn't, as citizens, we didn't fucking, you know, we didn't want that shit. I think most of us wouldn't even want to be in Afghanistan in hindsight. And Donald Trump, you know, he wasn't in power when this happened. You know, withdrawal happened under Joe Biden.
I mean, the fact that Yasser Arafat's daughter has, you know, $3 billion, $5 billion sitting in Parisian banks, and a lot of that money came from donors around the world or U.S. aid. You know, American leadership is schizophrenic in their decision making. They support both sides of wars. It's like pick a side, pick your allies, but don't support everybody and give everybody American taxpayer, you know, funded items.
But they're probably getting kickbacks, John. That's probably why they're doing it, bro. You're just answering like Why would that seems so insane? Why would they be doing it? But they're obviously getting kickbacks and getting rich off this shit.
Who's the newest Trump ally these days? Pakistan. The wonderful country of Pakistan is the biggest ally because Trump's family is doing business with them. They have a crypto exchange or crypto coin they have invested in. And they're getting along with Pakistan. The whole family visited the military general of Pakistan and his family. Can you imagine what's going on?
Well,
So,
Al-Qaeda is a proxy of the Pakistani army.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's sons just issued a SPAC, which is basically a blank check IPO, I think for $100 million, so they can make an acquisition. It must be nice to go to the market and be like, hey, we want to start a business. We don't know what business it's going to be yet, but if you could maybe lend us $100 million, we would love to take that money and buy up somebody else's business. Or just gamble that money in, cryptocurrency.
So yeah, I voted for Trump, don't get me wrong, but I don't know where this is going.
I know SPACs aren't new. There's nothing new about a SPAC. But yeah, I mean, Islam is not the religion of peace. I have the glorious Quran, and I've tried to read it a few times, and it's very difficult to read because it's so boring, and it's you can tell that it's not written by some kind of college academic, scientist or philosopher. It's really definitely written from the desert. But I have heard in some circles that at the time, the Jews were actually happy that Islam emerged out of nowhere because it was a political movement that was used to fight Christians. And many Jews felt that they were persecuted by Christians. So now there was this third party which was waging war against Christians and Christian kings. And Jews were supposedly happy that there was this new force fighting their own persecutors. So, but now in 2025, I think that type of opinion is irrelevant. Islam is so devious because it mixes law, politics, and religion into one. With no differentiation. I mean, the beautiful thing about America is we have separation of church and state. There's no government religion. So, when you merge religion into a government, that's like total mind control. There's no liberty or freedom there to experiment with new ideas. It's either submit or die.
The title is fucking amazing.
So who is the supposed Jewish ghost that wrote the glorious Quran?
I'm wondering if they did that, if they, some Jewish guy's like, I'll do it, and he just cosplayed as a Muslim. And he's like, let me make it boring.
Well, he's now with his Jewish psyop.
Yeah, and violent. You know what I mean? Just people. So do people like violence? Is that what's going on? Is that why it's being, is that why it's being flocked towards? Because people need violence, or they call that a little excitement, but then they change it and call it passion.
Well, it's because they justify it. I mean, this is like the problem with the West, the Muslim world is that when they hear the resistance against the West and blah blah blah, they actually sanction it. And it's to whatever degree necessary. Oh, Hamas are killing Jews, or 9/11 goes down, and these people cheer on.
Yeah, but isn't there some Arab Muslim countries right now that are totally against Hamas, and people are ignoring them and saying that they're not Muslim countries now because they feel that they're traitors. I don't know, isn't Saudi, Qatar saying to Hamas release the fucking hostages already?
Is that because they're against Hamas?
Well, you have France, Canada, that are saying to Israel, like, we want to shit on you and we want to recognize Palestine as a state. So you have countries that aren't Muslim countries that aren't talking, saying Hamas release the hostages, but you have Muslim countries. Okay, that's honest. That's like dumb. So Canada, France, like country.
When you Roger, yeah, go ahead. Roger, let's talk about causation as to why this happened. You know, we had a refinance culture and a lending culture that, you know, a certain generation participated in, to taking out millions of dollars out of their equity to send their kids to, you know, study women's studies at, you know, Cal State Berkeley. So, I mean, the same generation is a direct cause of the same pattern of frivolous financing that the generation that they're complaining about engaged in.
Yeah, the good old-fashioned HELOC. You don't see many of those anymore.
Is that like a wrestling move?
No, the HELOC, it's a home equity line of credit where people would take the value of their home and they would borrow against it.
And your home as an ATM.
Yes, and then essentially never paying your home off. You could. I remember people buying houses in Modesto where they'd move out of the Bay Area. They'd go to Modesto. They'd buy a very inexpensive home, and then the value of the home would go up moderately. It wouldn't go up like the 12% per year that the Bay Area would, but let's say it goes up like, I don't know, 7-8% per year. And then to Adam's point, let's say they have like an event like, oh, Johnny's got to go to college. And they're like, where do I get college money? And then they look at their home and they say, oh, I can borrow against that. And so then they borrow like, you know, against the value of the home. And all, they're not very good at math. I mean, yes, it's a source of income. And if you wanted to use it, you could. And I think you should be able to. I don't think it should be hard to get a home equity line of credit, and now it is. But it's not a wise move, because the whole point of property ownership versus rental is to be able to have this asset. And now you can use that asset to pay for the education if that's what you wanted to do. It's just a really fucking bad idea, because basically what you're doing is you're helping a kid get a degree that they're probably not going to go into the field of anyways. It's like 80-something% of college graduates don't go into the field that they studied in. So you mortgaged your fucking house for nothing. Like,
not even just that, Mojo, but like the same generation. The same generation raised a culture to where loans, you know, lent are otherwise forgiven. So a lot of these kids have not produced a positive return on their parents' investments. They're not taking their parents in, okay, when their parents are getting sick. They're not, you know, showing up and mitigating certain costs of their said parents aging in place. They have just taken, and have given nothing back in return. So to your point, when you actually, you know, take out a home equity line of credit and you're paying interest on that, by the way, and then your snot-nosed kid is only taking and not giving anything back, I mean, that's a really shitty investment. I mean, wouldn't you say, Mojo?
I would say it's a terrible investment, and you also got to link to the title of the room: small government, big government, no government. When you look at the cost of an education, it's directly caused at this point in time because of the involvement of the government backing loans. When the government got into the business of backing loans, the lender said, okay, I don't have to worry about credit worthiness because the taxpayer is going to back it up. So anybody that comes and applies, they can give them the loan that they want. Once the institutions learn that, hey, these people are qualifying for bigger loans and more people are qualifying for them, we should raise tuition prices. And then the lender has no objection to lending lots of money to anybody because the loan is guaranteed. And the institutions are like, hell yeah. They got a bunch of fucking money that they were given from the taxpayers. Tuition
tuition is going up. And so if you want to fix the price of an education in the United States, you got to get the federal government out of it. And if you think that's bad, wait until they do the same exact thing with medicine.
Yeah, I remember like when, lately when, the Trump thing with not just Columbia but other universities, and realizing like not just the endowments. Everyone knows like Harvard has like several $1 billion endowment. Like it's just money sitting in the bank. But just like the amount of staffing they have versus students, and like how much they charge, per year, and how much they pay professors, and I don't know, the whole thing just, if the government is like subsidizing a huge portion of it, or some portion of it, whatever portion it is, so like what's the incentive for the university to lower their costs or lower their tuition? It makes no sense, because people are going to keep paying and the government's going to keep subsidizing. Why not, right?
So I see the poll results, 77% prefer small government, 16% support no government. I call that the spirit of Bima that is still with us. And then 8% prefer big government. I'd love to hear from the big government people. Like, what do they mean? Like, why do they prefer a big government? Like, why is that a benefit? I'd love to hear that.
Well, it doesn't always come down to the belief that this fiat currency bubble supply system is infinite, and therefore we're just mean and nasty people who want to be fiscally prudent, that there's enough to go around, and it's all artificial control.
Well, I think those are the people that have bought into a particular lie, but I also think that there's plenty of people that are just stupid.
I would say it's the no government are the people that I question and look sideways at, because if you had no government, who's going to protect you? Like, I mean, I want you to think of this. I promise you, like, if there is no rules and we just had, like, whatever goes, whatever you can determine, and, we're going to call it the frontier, when the frontier was there. It didn't work out for no government on the frontier. I do recall in history that it never worked out well for them. So, I mean, you're going to have someone like me who will have no problem conquering you. I'm not that kind of nice guy. I may have, I'll just take your stuff and leave you for dead. I may decide a whole different type of government. I'll make sure you're in a government. It'll just be one of my choosing. And you'll end up facing the consequences. And see, people don't realize, like, government protects you from fires, wildfires. What are you going to do? You set up this settlement, you magically think everything's going to be a utopia. You're not going to have, like, a government entity come in and save you. You're not going to have rescuers come in. How about your heating supply, your electrical supply? You know, government there, like, you need those things. You need an infrastructure. You need railroads. You need grocery stores. You need all that. The private market may or may not take care of it, but if there's no government, the private markets private companies aren't going to build it to the extent that they're going to, because there's no protection for them. They also require protection. They need to make sure that they're not going to be robbed. They need to make sure that they can safely set up shop in an area. That they're not going to have to shell out massive amounts of money just to repair things that are damaged, because there you go. And if they don't have electrical grids already installed, they're not going to set up shop there. They're not going to build. So it's always confusing to me when I hear the no government people, like the Bemas, and they just think that somehow or another, everybody is just going to go kumbaya, pick fruits in the orchard, and then they'll just share the peaches they got while sitting there, standing naked in the sun all day, and nothing will happen. About mass protocols for disease elimination, like your mosquitoes that carry a shit ton of diseases. You know that the U.S. and with a multitude of other state governments try to keep those at bay, because you guys can't figure out how to get standing water out of your backyards. I mean, these are things that people don't think of when they think of government.
I would love for one day for us to do a room where we just play the debate that I had with Bima anarchy. And just listen to her explanation for questions like, hey, we got 5,500 nuclear warheads. Who's gonna have control of them? And her answer to that was the people. The people will have control. And when you ask, well, what people? She just said, well, whoever. And it's the people could just have them. And you ask her, okay, well, don't you think that the people that have them currently, like, I don't know, like if you had a nuclear-powered sub, you would probably just keep it. Under what standard would you have rules of engagement on when you would use these things? And she said that it would be up to all the individuals to decide how they would want to use them. I mean, like, when you start asking the real questions, forgive me, axing the real questions, you get some very bizarre answers, and I would encourage people to go and listen to the stream. I'll go find it myself, and I'll pin it to the top. It's very interesting when she was asked the hard questions, how she would just spin out of control. And what's interesting is that we all know that the anarchists will never fucking take over. It's far more likely that we get a tyrannical government than no government, which is why with the 75% that said small government, there's a challenge to keeping the government small. Like, it started off much smaller than it is, and it's growing and it's growing and it's growing. It's become more tyrannical. Where we have $37 trillion in debt, $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities, and the government has the power to levy taxes over you to pay for their spending, which they also borrow, which causes inflation, which is another tax on the people. So I think that the biggest challenge is, how do you keep a government small? And Bina's answer would be, well, because you can't do it, you should eliminate it. And I think the real $1 million question is, if the nature of government is to expand and to want more power over the people, how do you control that? How do you limit their power? We have documents in this country that, if we followed them, would do that, but every president that we've had likes to ignore the Constitution, including the one that we have in office today that doesn't have a very good understanding of the Constitution.
I agree with your premise on that, but like, it depends on what you mean by small government. Like, I'll say I want small power controls in the government. I want Congress to actually not be feckless and take back their role and retract some of the powers that have been afforded to the presidents throughout years. I think that's a good start. There are certain areas, but if you're talking to me about, like, hey, should the government have a small role? Okay, in the energy sector, taxes could probably be able to do what they want to in terms of that. But some of those government subsidies that we pay tax dollars, they go to make sure that, pipelines aren't just controlled by one entity, that they can be universally used and energy gets out there. Niagara Falls, a natural resource, powers the entire northern seaboard, northeast seaboard, and into Canada. That's a huge energy grid that's shipped in Hoover Dam, another one. These are central projects that, without government support and spending in those areas, you wouldn't have it. And I think when a lot of people say no government, or I want to go back to the original, they're not thinking very well of how much, like, your state of well-being is actually dependent on the government. Many of you, 99% of you, would not survive in a colonial, like, old revolutionary times. Like, I'm just telling you flat out, you're not built for that. You don't know how to do that. You guys fought over toilet paper at Walmart. You are not built for having to be accountable and find and do resources on your own. So the idea that, hey, you know what, I want no government, or I don't want the government involved at all, depends on which sectors. Like, do you want it on infrastructure? Because the government, I'm going to tell you, highway system's pretty fucking good to get from here to there. It needs work. I'm not saying it's perfect, but at least it allows for you to get your shit at Walmart across the country. You've got energy grids. You guys seem to run AC and heat. You have pools and all of this shit. I mean, you're not suffering in that front. There's no one that can't have a home across the country if they want one. I mean, you're going to find a place to live in. So you've got shelter, and you don't have to do that. Many of that is due to a lot of government backing. So it just depends, Roger, where we're going with small government. We can pick up certain things, and I agree, the $1 trillion is a bit much. to have that much that out there, but I think it's a lot more nuanced versus big, small, or no government, and then the people cheering no government. We should never listen to them, ever.
Well, I agree that people are going to have different ideas of the reach that government has into our lives. I think that when I look at both sides of the political spectrum, even if you have something as simple as the First Amendment, right? You have people that want the government, they're calling on the government to ban books. It happens on the left and on the right. And I find it weird because when the left was banning certain books, the right was like freedom of speech. Now the right wants to ban certain books, and the left is saying, hey, freedom of speech. What I'm realizing is that we don't have a lot of free speech zealots. We just have people that they have preferred speech, and they want the government to protect that. If they find speech that they deem detestable, they absolutely want the government to ban it. And so I don't know how we solve this problem other than to recognize that by people having the right to freedom of speech, that means that they're going to have the right to say things that we don't like, consume materials that we don't like, and that's what it means to support free speech, is to keep the government out of that, putting their hand on the scale. Lou says the richest 1% owned more wealth than the bottom 99% combined. And he points to the Gilded Age with extreme wealth inequality. I don't care about wealth inequality. In fact, I think that when we see wealth inequality and income inequality, it's a sign of a good economy. Where you have a large concentration of wealth, you're going to have wealth disparities. I want wealth disparities. That's my evidence that there's wealth. You know where there's not wealth disparities? Where there's not a lot of wealth. And so, I'm pro-wealth disparity. And by the way, this idea that the richest 1% own more wealth than the 99 combined, I'd like to see a source on that. I don't buy that. A lot of people will take this information into present day, and they'll say, oh, the rich get richer, the poor get poorer. It's not really true. The poor have gotten richer, and actually now the poor have a free ride. I'm definitely in the camp of instead of eat the rich, I want to eat the poor. I don't know why people prefer being poor over being rich. I want people to have more money. So I'm on a crusade to cause the poorest Americans to pay more in taxes. I think that they need to pay their fair share. 97.7% of all federal income tax is paid by the top 50% income earners. The bottom 50% income earners pay 2.3% of all federal income tax. It's time we change that. No free rides. The poor need to pay higher taxes.
Well, it's the way it's set up. When a low-income taxpayer files, he's actually just getting a refund check or a credit from the government, or basically a wealth redistribution or a borrow and a spend from the government. So you are required to annually file, but a lot of these people also don't even file. I would say 20% of the population doesn't even file a tax return. So it's to your benefit to file if you're super low income, because you're just going to get the annual refund from the government. So the system itself is fucked up.
Correct. This idea that the rich are the problem is I'll never understand it. I would say that we need to start having more straight talk, that the rich should be held up in a higher regard. And the poor, they're the ones that need to be shamed into paying their fair share. And I think it's high time that the poor dig into their pockets and pay their fair share.
Well, so let me ask you a question. Do you believe that instead of giving people a child tax credit, sorry for the parents in the room, but do you feel feel that instead of giving her credit, they should be charged more in taxes, because if you look at the likelihood of that said child coming into this world being a beneficiary of the government, shouldn't those said parents be charged higher in taxes?
I would go the opposite way and then just give a tax break for single people that have no children.
Okay, so I was controversial, but then Roger stepped on the gas.
Yeah. So we've incentivized, if you think about it, we've incentivized the idea of like married with kids. These are going to create tax credits. But the truth of the matter is, the people that get fucked are the people without kids. If you don't have kids and your property taxes are going to fund the school, like how is that equitable? You don't even have little bastards to go feed down at the fucking schoolhouse. And by going to feed, it's because they don't teach them anymore. It's like a fucking, this whole school lunch program, it's fucking amazing to me that people literally believe that it's the job of the school to feed kids. It's almost as if parents don't have any responsibilities. I don't even recognize the world we live in today. It's weird.
You know, it's crazy to me, Roger. I remember, like, when I was in middle school, my mom used to send me to school with, like, a check for the month of, they just added it onto your account, and, you put in your little pin when you went up to the lunch window and you got your food, and, my parents paid for my food. Like, I guess I never questioned, like, were there people around me that weren't doing the same thing, and, like, how fair is that to my parents?
Moose, you selected big government. What do you mean by that?
I just wanted to troll.
I would argue that Social Security is big government.
So let me ask you a question, Roger. Do you feel like Social Security at this point, given the cost of living, do you feel like that's helping anybody that lives independently aging in place? Because that should be the goal, right? To live independently aging in place.
Is it helping them? Look, there's no doubt that if you have someone that's aging in place, if you took that check that they were depending on away, that they would be in a worse state. There's no doubt about that, right? The question is, what would be a better system? And there's far more efficient systems. And maybe if we just got honest about what Social Security is, if we look at the fact that it's dependent on fewer people collecting and more people paying in, right? And then when that breaks, that's when you realize that's when the clarity arises in the fact that people like me that have always said it's a Ponzi scheme, when there was more people paying in, less people taking out, it didn't appear like a Ponzi scheme. But once that triangle is upside down and all of a sudden you have more people collecting than putting in, that's when you realize that we're fucked. And so I just wonder why people can be anti-Ponzi scheme in other areas of their life, but when it comes to Social Security, they think that it's perfectly justifiable.
Mojo, let me ask you a question. Do you feel like there should be an age limit for which somebody should be able to co-sign a student loan?
Honestly, I think co-signers is a dangerous thing to do, because if you want to talk about fairness, right? Yes, wealthy people can co-sign for their kids. They have the credit scores. They have the income requirements. This is where I think that we should deem credit worthiness on an individual basis. And I don't think we should give loans to these little snot-nosed bastards that don't have a means to pay it off. Now, if you wanted to have a deferred payment, that would be one thing. I think the way that I would loan money, if I were structuring it, if it was Bank of Mojo and somebody wanted to borrow for a student loan, what I would say is like, oh, how long are you going to be in school? They say, oh, 4 years. I would say, okay, no payments for 4 years, no interest for 4 years. But then I would have a payment plan that on the back end of that, as they're starting their career, they can pay it off.
Well, and see, Roger, for me personally,
yes, they do.
I saw one of my cousins that has...
They don't exclusively have it.
She has a fucking master's degree, and she's a yoga instructor. Meanwhile, at the end of my grandmother's life, part of her Social Security was being garnished because she was a co-signer of her student loan. Don't you think that there should be safeguards to, protect people from ending up in those situations?
No. I think people need to plan for themselves, and where my sympathy for people come in would be, this is the question, like, for social safety nets in my mind. What do we do with people that can't work? Not that they don't want to work. If you took an able-bodied person of sound mind, I have no desire to construct a wealth transfer to those people. Maybe there could be skill building workshops so they can better participate in society. But the real question comes down: what if somebody's mentally ill, or what if somebody is physically disabled, and the limits of what they can do, and their ability to be able to produce for themselves and sustain themselves? What do we, in a civilized society, do with those people? Now, there are some people that, for efficiency's sake, would say, fuck them. I can't get there. I do have compassion for people that can't help themselves. Because the alternative would be to turn a blind eye on them, and then all of a sudden we're not human beings. We're like a bird that just throws the weak bird out of the nest. It's not going to be strong enough to fly on its own? Fuck them. We're going to throw that bird out of the nest. I don't think human beings should do that. I think that we should, if we're going to have a construct around social safety nets, we need to figure out who qualifies for them. We need to figure out who's going to pay for it, and then how do we make it as efficient as possible to make sure that the need, that the resources are meeting the need in the most efficient way possible. And so my limitation would be, I think that if you can't work, whether it's for a disability, whether it's for age, it could be blindness, it could be, there's a lot of different factors, right? A busted hip, you're fucking out of the workforce. What do we do with those people? That's the only social safety net that I think is worth discussing. Everything else is a money grab and transfer of wealth.
I don't know about that. I think the only safety nets that should exist should be for orphan children and disabled people, whether they be elderly children, and veterans. I just don't believe in any other safety net beyond that.
So what do we do?
It doesn't have to be the government, right? There's charities that do this work.
This is correct. But what do we do with the orphans, right? Because I've thought about this, especially when we're talking about abortion. Like, I can't kill a baby, and but then if you have, like, some absentee father and a mother that doesn't have job skills, and the kid's fucked, right? Do you rescue these kids and, like, put them in a chocolate factory and call them Oompa Loompas? Like what do we do with the orphan? I just don't know.
Well, wouldn't it then be at that point, there's a lot of couples right now that are unable to have children for medical reasons. They could adopt them out to those families if they meet certain conditions.
Well, we've made it very difficult to adopt in this country. We've made it very expensive to adopt. And then what we've done is we've got this temporary foster system where the worst of the worst people look at children and bringing children into their home as this money grab. The foster system, if anybody's familiar with it, it's fucking terrible. It's broken. And then the people that legitimately, like, desire to have kids and can't have them for whatever reason, or have decided, hey, there's a stockpile down at the shelter of dogs. I don't need to breed dogs. I can go get one from the shelter. I think we should think of human beings as the same way. Like, but nobody wants to make that system easy. If I wanted to go adopt a dog, all I have to do is go down there and pay the adoption fee, and I get the dog. That's it. That's it. Like, they ask a few questions, right? But you answer it. Like, do you have other dogs? Yes. Are you allowed to have dogs in your house? Yes. And that's you need to be sure that you're not allowing pedophiles and other weirdos to grab these kids. But we have far too many rules on adoption, and if we're gonna make sure that abortion is illegal, I think that we need to figure out what we're gonna do with these kids. What do you think we should do with them, Adam?
I'm sorry, what?
What do we do with these kids? What do we do with the orphans?
Well, I think that, you know, a lot of the reason why a lot of people don't adopt is for the simple fact of the cost and, you know, the legal process that they have to go through. I feel like if anything that should be subsidized by the government, it should be facilitating people successfully getting through that process when they otherwise have demonstrated that they're able to afford, you know, supporting these children. And I feel like the schematic that's kind of used in gauging that affordability also takes into account the exorbitant cost of adoption. So, I mean, I don't know. I feel like, you know, the red tape, you know, in terms of the overall cost, you know, I feel like that just needs to be streamlined and it needs to be brought down. Now, again, I think that every person that, you know, adopts a child should go through a DOJ, Interpol, and, you know, an extensive background check. But I'm just not seeing that the cost of what adoption costs today, how it actually accounts for that, and then you still have a bunch of perverts and a bunch of people that slip through the cracks. It's very strange to me.
It's just, I couldn't help but laugh, and it was no critique on Adams when you had asked him, well, what do you think of, right, you know, like if you're anti-abortion, what about the foster care problem? What about the all the hurdles for adoption and such? And his, you know, said he's probably just away from his phone, but that response, so it just summed it up. Like, huh? What? Like, oh wait, what? Wait, so I'm critiquing on Adams, but it's like, huh? What? Oh right. So
no, honestly, I'm at work right now.
Hang on. I said it's not against you. It's not against you. It's on the right, where it's like, huh? I'm anti-abortion, but huh? Oh right. Where are these babies all magically going to be taken care of? Where's the accountability for the fucking abuse that goes on in foster care, the horrors that go on there on the regular, the pedophilia, just the regular abuse and starvation? There doesn't, like, where is that concern from the right, where it's like, oh no, don't kill any babies, but who is going to magically take care of these babies that are unwanted?
Well, I mean, right off the bat, I mean, America hates children. We know this. So, you know, these are very easily fixable situations, and for some reason there's a reluctance, not even an observation of the Constitution or people having, you know, complaints about, you know, a lack of rights. For some reason the system continues to remain broken. So, I mean, I've come to the conclusion that America hates children. Like, it absolutely does. Like, if you look at the policies that America has laid out to the detriment of children, all the way down to abortion, like, I don't know. I just feel like this country hates children for some reason. It's very disgusting.
So, what if you had to get licensed to have a kid?
Well, if you're talking about, you know, adoption, technically and effectively you are. You have to go through a home study. You have to go through
what about having the
you
kid?
have to go through.
How about having the kid in the first place? I mean, like, we make sure that somebody knows the rules of the road before we allow them to drive. But, like, you can just have two of the biggest idiots on the planet fucking each other and creating kids. I think part of the issue that we have is that the stupid people do more breeding. And then the smart people are like, well, how am I going to pay for these fucking kids? And then they put these limits on. The reason the Western world, birth rates go down is because people are using, they're not just out there saying, let me have 11 kids. No shade thrown on you, Akima, but having 11 kids in 2025 is probably an expensive endeavor for most Americans, but yet, you know, you're free to do that, and then we want to look to the government to say, hey, what are we going to do with these fucking kids?
Hey, I guess that's so much for small government now, bro. If you want to have license to have kids, but you want small government, that's kind of.
I'm throwing the question out there of like, why is it that the stupid people want to have so many kids?
Are you calling Akima stupid?
No, this is not for him in particular, but if you look at countries with high birth rates, it's it's not exactly the fucking world beaters.
Yeah, I'm far from stupid. My kids are far from being emphasis.
Akima actually had a
There's not shade on Hakima. The fact that I used 11 kids might have felt personal, but it's not. Okay, 7 kids. So now we're clearly not talking about Hakima. We're talking about the only people with 7 kids.
So if you want to look at like a retirement and support strategy, Akima got it covered. Not only does he have a lot of kids, but his kids actually do exceptionally well. So, I mean, if you look at 11 kids paying $1,000 a month, for their parent to age in place. I mean, I feel like Akima's probably going to die at one of those places where the Kardashians send their grandparents. Like, I mean, if you look at it from that perspective.
Do you guys worry at all that MAGA Republicans are having kids?
Yes, daily.
It disturbs me that Marjorie Taylor Greene has children. But aside from that, I really don't feel like MAGA is, exceptional and just, being of the utmost concern in them reproducing.
Sorry, well, never mind, I'm not MAGA.
Well, and serendipity, with all due respect, you're not going to get pregnant having sex up against the wall. The semen's going to drip.
I don't know. I had 5. I'm pretty fertile.
Yeah, but you weren't doing the up against the wall back then.
Were any of them conceived standing up?
No, but the last one was definitely conceived upside down.
Well, that would be, consistent with science, according to Rasher's theory.
Yes. I knew I was ovulating that day and I wanted a baby.
For those of you that didn't catch the reference, you have to show up every day to be able to understand these inside jokes that I will not explain to anybody. Dr. Jordan, tell me about the animal community. What do they do with if an animal has too many offspring? Is there like a social safety net in the animal kingdom where they say, hey, we need to take care of the weak animals? What do they do in the animal kingdom?
Well, I mean, inexperienced moms don't always succeed, and they might lose offspring for different reasons once they're born. But it just depends. I mean, they're meant to carry as many, like a lion pride, or elephants. They will also help care for others' offspring. So I think that it just depends.
You saying it's a jungle out there?
Yeah, oh, never mind.
There's an African proverb that says, every morning in the Serengeti, a gazelle awakes knowing that it has to be faster than the fastest lion. And that same morning, a lion awakes knowing that it has to be faster than the slowest gazelle. And the point of this is that every morning, whether you're a lion or a gazelle, you need to be ready to run. I think that we should think about that.
I'm more interested in the positions that women want to assume to conceive.
That's not allowed.
Kind of, sort of, maybe a little bit of serendipity. I think that what they're talking about, and they're just throwing darts at it, is the scarcity of resources.
Someone asked me about the grizzly man. I used to serve on the board of Grizzly People. I'm happy to talk about. We should tell a grizzly man story and find a parallel. Yeah, well, the grizzly man was a bad example. A friend of mine who worked for Alaska Fish and Game once likened me a little bit to Grizzly Man because I used to showboat and do things, but I guess because I was credentialed, I didn't get as much hazing as Grizzly Man, who incidentally made a fortune doing what he was doing. But he would take a different woman up to. He would take a different woman up to Alaska every year. I don't know what the nature of each relationship was like if he, was sincerely into them or whatever, but he would take them up every summer. And maybe it wasn't every single year, it was a different woman, but close. And I don't know, that was like, he felt like he was in his domain, and so that he was showing off. So it was kind of a really tragic story.
Grizzly Man documentary? Back Grizzly Man?
Timothy Treadwell, whose story was featured in Grizzly Man the movie, yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I thought, the main guy just, tragically, not only him, but his, it was caught on camera, I think, right? His girlfriend or ex-girlfriend were both mauled to death.
No, it was caught on audio, and I have audio, but I refuse to listen to it because I have enough trauma in my life.
Would you say that was narcissistic for him to think he could live amongst
100%. 100%. I know the whole story very well, and I know more than I should, and yes. But he wanted to be an actor, and he found his acclaim doing something different. But then like many people who get involved with these things, he thought he was like God's gift to bears. And instead, he put himself and the bears in harm's way. So it was a kind of a tragic story.
He struggled with addiction, right? Wasn't this this was like his elixir? This was his own, being in touch with nature and God. This was the only thing that kept him sober. I think was part of his journey.
Well, that may be, but the thing is that he. I don't know that it's any different than some professional athletes who find themselves in a situation where they have these adoring fans, and then they become, their heads get bigger, literally and figuratively, and he could do no wrong. So, I know the person who found his remains. I remember having a conversation with him about. Because I used to go in and train wild grizzly bears. Well, bears that were orphaned, right? And, work with them on behavioral enrichment and stuff. And we used to have these conversations. I came from a science-based perspective, and I would never do what he did with those animals. And I've written about, in different forums and on publications about what's safe and what's not, even for photographers, of course. But Timothy Treadwell was an exception in that he gained a huge fan base. And I think the footage that he took away over the years was very useful. But he didn't follow the rules. And you begin to think that, you can get away with this or that. It's a whole kind of psychological journey that people go on, I think, in these, when you're with wild animals, unlike an inanimate object, like a race car, right? Like, if you're race car driving and you get a thrill out of it, but there's an allure in working with dangerous animals, and you think, you're safer than you are. So, I don't know. I'm done talking.
It's like big government's making their push on the poll. It's up to 24%.
What poll are you talking about?
The poll above the room?
Oh, there's a new one.
It's been there since this room started. So 1 out of 4 people that have been surveyed want big government. It's amazing.
You got a lot of win there, Edward.
How are you?
Edward, you're off mute.
Yeah, what's up with that, Randy? How come these polls don't add up to 100%? John Kitover, hopefully you'll win your race for Congress, but what do you think of this poll? Are you surprised that only 60% want small government?
Well, I just asked Grok, can you please give me the top 100 line items in the annual budget of $7 trillion? So if you really want to know what big government is and what all the borrowing and spending is funding, you should probably know what the top 100 line items are in the annual federal budget of expenditure. And so it doesn't surprise me that a quarter of people are communist, socialist, Marxist, redistributionists, high taxers, because a lot of these big government people want to eat the rich, destroy the rich, and that's really the hand that feeds all of society. But if you have just a moment, I will read to you the top at least 30 line item expenditures.
Can you give us the top 10, start with 10 and work it to number 1?
Yeah, here we go. Just give me 1 minute, I gotta find it again.
Capitalism is good, Lou. In fact, I think it's the best idea that human beings have ever come up with.
Real quick, why aren't people watching Howard Stern anymore?
Because he's turned into a faggot. I could use that word. If you look at my PTR, I'm an ally. He's just not funny anymore. He's probably happier in his life because whatever trauma led him to being as funny as he was once upon a time, he's probably worked through all that stuff. But now he's just not funny.
Somebody says that he wears a wig.
You never evolved.
Somebody said that hair is not actually his anymore. Well, he did do the blackface comedy routine with that famous African-American comedian actor. So, there was a time where you could be sensational and try to be funny with race play, but those days are over. I mean,
as the only Jew on the stage, I think, I can tell you that we're all traumatized. And if there's a Jew who thinks that they don't have a history of trauma, then I think we need to kick them off Clubhouse because they're lying.
Well, there's a lot of Jews, my father's a Jew, my uncles are Jews, my aunts are Jews, my cousins, and they came over in 1900 on a boat and went through Ellis Island, and they all made a big success of it. And I think a lot of immigrants that come to this country are very focused on success and eliminating a lot of the bullshit, of American culture and society, and they maintain their close-knit little group, or they're just hyper-focused on success, and they don't look back. And success is, what they absolutely value. I mean, it's a little materialistic, bougie, or commercialized in a way because a lot of these immigrants are such brand whores. But that's the psychology behind their success in a way, that they're not going to accept mediocre jobs. They're going to go for the big positions. They're going to become optometrists, dentists.
What's interesting is that
if America was so centered on success,
we've lost the propaganda war in perhaps the most important fight of our lives, and that to me is kind of insane, right? Like, okay, so we can in terms of commerce, in terms of building economies, we can do all these things, but we've completely lost sight of the need to win a propaganda war against people who have far fewer resources but many more bodies. It's amazing.
John, wouldn't you say intelligent immigrants coming to America look at success differently because they look at America not the same way some citizens look at it?
Yeah, it's like
Meaning the process of becoming an American is knowing about America and how it functions and falling in love with the idea that, hey, if I can go here and I can do it, I'm going to do it.
it's just, I think it's just in group out group, where you come from nothing. Like, I've traveled to third world countries, and it's honestly invigorating seeing people live in garbage, because when you come back to America, you literally kiss the ground and you say, I can't believe how other people live in third world countries. Praise God, that America is the way that it is. So when you come from shit and arrive in a golden palace, that feeling like stays with you. So there's no like degradation of your ambition. It's 100% all the way. I'm gonna go to college, become an accountant, a CPA, an optometrist, a surgeon. Like, you're gonna work your way into the highest paying fields, and that's why when you go to your doctor, you're usually greeted by Mr. Patel or Dr. Patel.
It's hunger. The majority of immigrants here have a drive and a purpose in them. They have something they want to set up for multiple generations, and oftentimes they achieve that. By the third generation, it's gone usually, or everybody's assimilated. But the wealth in America is usually dissipated or gone by the third generation because you don't have stewards anymore. You don't have people that are hungry. Once you touch the golden cow, as John put, for as long as you live in comfort and you have your iPhones and you live in this utopia mindset that you don't need to scratch out a living, you don't need to fight, you don't need to be forceful, you don't need to even challenge the rules to break the rules, then you're just, succumb to mediocrity. We have a lot of people that are mediocre, and they're bad. I'm sorry. You're just, majority of people are fucking obese, mediocre, constantly.
I don't know if anybody's watching this, but Ron Paul is having his 90th birthday barbecue live on X Spaces.
John, I was invited to that, and I have to tell you, the last time I saw Ron Paul at the Reno Libertarian Convention, he didn't look good. He had to sit in a quiet room till it was time for him to come out and speak, and then he goes out and he speaks, and then as soon as he's done speaking, back to a quiet room. He's not been right since the stroke that he had on air. Did you ever see that where he stroked out while he was like on a live broadcast?
No, I didn't see that.
He's not really been the same. And in fact, the guy that he does the podcast with now is just like a fucking Russian propagandist. I think Ron Paul has fallen from the grace that when he was in office, I thought he was great, but as he ages, he gets crazier.
Yeah, I was happy and proud to meet him, but, he did not have that Trump gusto and bravado of saying, well, we're going to lock her up. So, he was not an effective communicator when he ran as president. But these are the top, I asked Grok, what are the top 20 spending categories of the annual $7 trillion budget? This is from the lowest to the highest. It's allowances, commerce at 15 billion, energy at 20 billion, community development 30 billion, science and space 35 billion, agriculture 40 billion, natural resources 50 billion, general government expenditures 60 billion, housing 80 billion, international aid 70 billion, justice 80 billion, transportation 120 billion, education and training 200 billion, veterans get 305 billion, Health, including Medicaid, is at $620 billion. Income security, which is $675 billion. Defense at $921 billion. Net interest, $928 billion. Medicare is $1 trillion, 1 trillion 11 billion, and Social Security at $1.4 trillion annually. Now, that's not that doesn't seem totally accurate to me, but I think it's like a good index at least. So
that feels like 2023 numbers.
I mean, it's kind of weird because Social Security and Income Security, it feels like that's the same program. So that would put it at 2 trillion, but they generally only report Social Security at a 1 trillion annual year budget.
I think the income dig into that, drill into it. I think that's referring to SNAP.
But another way to
SNAP fall under agriculture because that's part of the agricultural programs.
Well, it's got a cash component and it's got a food assistance. So you get the you can actually get cash or food credits.
Why do states individually manage the disbursement of these programs as opposed to the federal government administering the disbursement of these programs?
Well, a better question is why do we collect it, send it to a centralized place, pay huge administrative fees, then disperse it to the state for additional administrative fees, only to trickle out pennies on the dollar for the benefit. We have created the most inefficient system possible. Like, even if you are pro redistribution of wealth, like, at least be good at it. At least distribute it with less administrative costs.
That's been a lot, Roger. That's been a lot for people who don't know economics.
But it's almost as if it's not important to them to be efficient, and being wasteful it feels like it's a virtue.
It's not their money, that's why. So they don't really care. My wife worked for the city house for 31 years. Some of the meetings she had was unbelievable. How they think about revenue and money, the taxpayers in the city house. It's pretty sad. All the I can't even tell you, it's unfortunate that we got people running government that have zero clue about finances.
If you guys want to learn about personal finance, there's a guy on YouTube, younger guy. I think he's back in LA. He's a young kid that sold real estate. He's just really smart. What he does is he gives really sound personal finance advice about like credit and investing and saving and just how to manage your personal finances. And his name is Graham Stephan. I don't know if you guys know this kid. And what he's figured out is by giving high quality information for free, that the algorithm really favors him, and his YouTube channel kills it. He makes a ton of money giving free advice to people on personal finance, and I would highly recommend it. Also, sharing his videos with people that are younger, because he's a younger guy himself, and so when you got old people like me, talking about personal finance, sometimes kids' eyes glaze over, but Graham Stephan's got, an energy and a fresh face. People should check it out. Is anybody here familiar with Graham Stephan?
No, I've never heard of him. But this is what income security breaks down to. It's a $675 billion 2025 estimate. Covers programs aiding low-income, unemployed, federal retirees. This is the breakdown. Refundable tax credits.
John, your numbers are bogus. It's gonna get worse. Okay, like I keep bringing up the big facts. Okay, y'all think that I'm trolling. Okay, that is going to be the bane of our freaking existence. The fatter and the more unhealthier people get. Just in, I believe it was this room yesterday, people were having a conversation about, legalizing drugs. So, I mean, if you're going to fund a healthcare system that's going to have a bunch of fat, lazy, drug addicts, okay, don't you think that that's going to start to burden the taxpayer?
Well, these are the numbers. Refundable tax credits are at 115 billion. Food and SNAP, child meals 150 billion. SSI is at 67 billion. Unemployment compensation is 62 billion. Federal employee retirement is at 160 billion. Housing assistance 60 billion, and then there's other foster care TANF program 62 billion. Again, this all comes out of cbo.gov.
So let's revisit those numbers in another 5 to 10 years. If our country hasn't filed for bankruptcy by that time.
Do you guys think that there's a borrowing and spending problem in America?
Yeah, that's how people got so fat, Roger.
So you have to borrow to spend.
People like by living beyond their means. Like that's become completely normal.
Yep. Adams, do you like the new title of the room?
Oh, beautiful title. But I mean, it's a fact though, Roger. Like, the bigger the average American has become, the bigger our government has become.
It's a very disingenuous game that the government is playing on its American population by borrowing and spending so much at the tune of $2 trillion a year that they're spending that they're not taking in revenue. Why can't there be some type of constitutional convention or consensus at the leadership level that is inappropriate, that to borrow $2 trillion and spend it year after year after year with no end in sight is absolutely ludicrous? Why can't we have a balanced budget amendment or a law that demands a balanced budget unless in time of extreme need such as war?
Hey, John, you know the answer to that question. That's kind of rhetorical, right?
Well, it's not. It's actually just linguistic logic and common sense that, if you talk to Maxine Waters, she would say something like you just said, or she'd give out there's some other type of deflection. I mean, this is very clear communication that demands, that you perk your ears up and say, he's 100% right. Why aren't we all going in the streets and demanding accountability but rational budgets and rational spending? You can't spend now unless you borrow. And so it creates this future event which we want to avoid, which is essentially bankruptcy, liquidation, or degradation. I mean, the same rules that apply to your checking account should apply to the rules of your government. Otherwise, that mirror system is broken. It's dishonest, disingenuous. It's like looking in a mirror and seeing a fake image of yourself. We want the real image bounced back to us, in our fiscal accountability. This is unsustainable. Chairman Powell says we are on an unsustainable path, and at 2050, at $4 trillion in annual interest, plus all these other expenditures that I just read, it will create hyperinflation, and your milk will be $20 as opposed to $1.99. Your bread, your eggs, your butter, it will all go up. I mean, in Weimar Republic, prices were doubling every single day in the early 20s. So that's what will happen, but we can prevent that. But that's the worst part, is that shouldn't even happen in a well-functioning economy. Unfortunately, 40% of this economy is completely artificial. It's all borrowed and it's all borrowing and spending. Your doctor, your hospital chain, hospitals are shutting down because Medicare, Medicaid is no longer going to these facilities. So the whole system is built on borrowing and spending, and it's shutting down part of it, but it's also continuing.
I think there's, as far as whatever the number is going, basically going to infinity, i.e. the dollar's going to zero, I think this is an inevitable path. I think there's sort of like some optimum that they can, try to ride it out. Like, what is the optimum level of borrowing and interest rate and so forth that they can squeeze as much juice out of the lemon as possible? But it's clear, like, it's all going to break down in the next 20 years. max 20 years.
And I don't know about you, but I fully intended those. I'm definitely blaming fat people.
So I just, I'm talking to a ChatGPT 5 here, and they say by 2075, 50 years from now, it says debt held could easily exceed 300% of GDP, which in today's dollars might mean 150 to 200 trillion dollars. And that's not unfunded liabilities. That would be the debt in 50 years. Anybody want to comment on that?
I think that's way further out than I would expect. I think it's much sooner that we'll hit those numbers.
Well, I asked it for what it's going to be in 50 years. Let me ask it shorter clips. Hold on.
Like we're already at 120, 130, maybe more. So like doubling the debt to GDP is it's going to come much faster than that, Roger.
So no, this is referring to the 37 trillion that we have now. They say in 50 years it'll be somewhere between 150 and 150. This is not the unfunded liabilities. If I get you that number, it'll scare you. It'll get to a number that you probably couldn't write on a piece of paper.
So I hear you guys talking about the problem. So what's the solution?
I would offer a solution, but you guys aren't ready for it. Do you want to hear it?
We're not ready, Roger. We're not ready.
Roger, I would love to hear it. And
yeah, I think.
Listen, I hear you. At the same time, you and I both know it still comes down to the individual behavior. So, but Roger, I love to hear it.
Yeah, this is my prescription for getting the country back on track. I would get rid of Social Security and Medicare and replace it with nothing. I would get rid of the Social Security and Medicare tax because we don't have those programs to fund anymore. I would also get rid of the federal income tax, and I would replace all of three of those taxes with a federal sales tax. And and then so we would eliminate the top two expenditures in the budget, which would allow us to more easily balance the budget. We need to fight for a balanced budget amendment, and we need to begin targeting surpluses so we can pay down the debt rather than just continue to increase it. That would be my plan.
What would you do with the poors, Roger?
The poors need to be addressed this way. So if there's any poors here, the free ride is over. You no longer get to leech off of this system that has been created to give you all of the opportunities that you're too lazy or incompetent to take advantage of. And the poor need to pay their fair share. We need people with bumper stickers and t-shirts that say "Eat the poor." We need to start telling the poor that they need to pull their fucking weight. We need to stop with this lie that the rich are the problem in this country, and we need to acknowledge the fact that the rich pay the majority of the taxes, and we can no longer allow the poor people to not pay their fair share. And if we institute a federal sales tax, eliminate the income tax, the Social Security tax, and Medicare tax, what we will effectively do is create the conditions in which the poor people can no longer hide. They will have to get jobs because if they want to consume things, they will then pay a federal sales tax on it. That's my solution.
Roger, I'd like to pay it. I think that to take the people off of the drug of dependency is going to be very unique. Both of the things you said, Medicaid and Social Security, and the drug of SNAP, and all these things, they do need to replace because you cannot run a country based on programs. People supposed to be working. Programs do not work. People supposed to be working. Unfortunately, our country, since the Great New Deal, was to live to be counted in the role of the family. It's just all gone downhill right now. We have too many programs. I agree with you. Let's eliminate the program. Tell people to go back to work. What they got to do to take care of their family. Make better choices individually. That's all money about the next 35 years.
You'll never win an election doing that way. You've just
what economics is. That's what accounting is. That's what a CPA fucking does. But governing, you have the people back, and you have to somehow figure out how to implement a drastic economic program that you're asking to take away something. FDR got his program passed through because a lot of bullshit, but he was giving out goods. He was literally giving out fucking money right, left, center. It didn't matter to who. You are now asking for the American people who have had, I don't know, 100 years of cookies and saying, hey, I'm going to give you this leaf of lettuce and pat you on the ass and send you out there in the world, and now you're responsible. You got to figure out the human element. You got to figure out the governance. Otherwise, that plan, all that talk is just BS. How do you implement the government policies that would help decrease? You can have Kitover over here screaming about trillions of dollars and manifest economics. It don't mean shit. It'll never. Nobody's going to listen to it because $1 trillion is not something people can realize in their hands, especially when they're at a grocery store. Hey, Brad. I mean, so I can't blame the white man. I mean, come on, Brad. You're taking that away from me, man. I got it right with the white man.
I got a question. I'll just call on somebody randomly. Double, would you like to answer my question? Double? Are you there? Oh, he's afraid. We'll go to Necro.
I'm gonna get to my haram. What do you need?
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question, and you gotta be quick with it, okay?
Alright.
How many zeros is in $1 trillion?
12.
Great. I want people to now write that down. Actually, write down the number 3, followed by the number 7, and then add 12 zeros. And I want you to look at that number, and I want you to think about that. Now just meditate, staring at the number that you wrote on the piece of paper. That is 3, 7, plus 12 zeros. Go ahead and...
They got dodged.
Can we please not have a day 3 of Necro dragging? Like, I mean, protect Necro at all costs. What is happening?
No, he's just an idiot kid who, like, believes my dad he's going to be the savior of the country. Yeah, that's what I believe. He should be the savior. He's going to do everything for me. Brad, are you saying that this communist is not going to help us? Are you telling me that he's not the savior of New York and America? No, he's going to spend more money than he's going to blow through. If you're worried about the debt there, take a look at New York City's money. He went through that in fucking a month. Thank you, guy.
You know, Roger, I heard that they're trying to change the age of consent in New York to 9 years old. By 2027, if that man wins.
Yeah. That whisper that I love, dude. He'll be the Democratic nominee. I don't think he'll win because even though all the young people are voting for him right now, I think the city of New York, at least some of the Democrats will wake up. It was setting up with the offer that is he will be the Democrat nominee. Anybody? Anyone?
Democrat nominee for what?
In 2028. Without a shadow of doubt.
For what, Harold?
See, for president.
No, y'all need to first of all.
I think if the Democrat Party is
just tell you something. Let me just tell you something. It has nothing. It's been more man. But aside from that, listen, y'all keep saying this nonsense about Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom has faced 2 recalls. So if Gavin Newsom is not able to successfully compete in the state of California, what makes you think that he's going to gain electoral votes across the rest of the country?
He's not.
Thank you. So again, so let's just put that to bed. If the Democrats are going to run anybody, I'm telling you at this point, they're not going to come from New York. They're not going to come from Los Angeles. Okay? They're going to come from Middle America because that's, truthfully speaking, the only bastion of the Democratic Party that still exists that is somewhat still sane.
What Democrats live? So wait a minute. So right now, who hasn't worked as a president are Newsom, Pritzker, AOC has one, Shapiro has one, and Gretchen Whitmer has one. They're all collecting and fundraising for all of those presidents. Whether it be Kamala, like, don't forget her hat in the ring too. So throwing their hats in the ring. It doesn't matter if they think they're going to win or not. They're the ones throwing their hats in the ring. So that's who's on the list so far.
I don't think Kamala did.
Yeah, Kamala's still got that war chest going. And she's still
I don't think if Beyonce has forgiven Gavin Newsom for putting her Malibu house in danger. So like I said, who's gonna endorse these people, Brett? Like, people need to stop living in this like echo chamber of like what they think the rest of the world is going. Gavin Newsom has problems in California, Brett. Gavin Newsom has problems in California.
I'm not going to stop him from running. That doesn't matter to fuck up.
It's not going to go anywhere.
Don't
Hillary Clinton would have a better shot at this point than Gavin Newsom.
Don't be so sure.
If they're gonna, there's no two presidents in the country to be. The same people that endorsed the AOC, relatively speaking, the same people that endorsed Trump, which was nobody, and he became president twice. Elected. Yeah. And how many people in here actually know Gavin Newsom? How many of you know him?
I met him once. He's a tool and he smells like ass. It's overpowered with cologne.
Okay. Anyone else in the room know about this particular governor or podcaster in California?
Oh, the fact that he's an elite, a hair gel demon that makes it the majority of his money sitting on the lap of getting oil.
Yeah, but see, this is the part now that most people don't know.
They don't live here.
I know, but not only that, most people do not know their own state government. They don't know local. Guys, this is the challenge in the United States. It's a very, very big challenge. We have 50 independent states, guys. Okay? We do have people who run at the top of these tickets, like you said, Brad, which I do agree. All these war chests that these people have, at the same time, they have to get the consensus of the other 49 states. It's very hard. And I think that's one of the things that...
Edward, would you consider Indiana middle America?
Today? Yeah, I would say it is.
So, shout out to Pete Buttigieg. So, when people say that they don't have anybody in the Democratic Party in middle America, shout out to Pete. So, again, I feel like they would have more success running... I feel like they would have more success running Pete Buttigieg as opposed to somebody like Gavin Newsom.
I would agree with you only because of the fact that most Americans today are not politically astute. Okay? So if you look at the fact that most people in the last 2024 election voted through middle America, the two, New York and California.
Exactly.
I don't think most people watching the map. You gotta look at the map, and that's why the people from Texas who did not want redistricting to happen don't understand the game now. It's changing rapidly.
But let's not forget that Texas gave us Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, exactly. And she keeps her things together.
So I'm gonna tell you something else. Newsom's already, he's got, like, if someone like Newsom runs, he's got California. That's going to depth. That's going to stay blue. Illinois, New York, those are all going to be there. He has to win back the blue wall and has to figure out how to flip Pennsylvania. Shapiro, he's a force to be reckoned with. Another one. So, people sitting there sleeping saying, oh, Newsom, he's got problems in California. I agree with you. He does a shit job over there. But that's not to the national average. And again, the presidency is about showmanship. It's optics.
Brad, do you understand that Trump lost California in this last race by less than 100,000 votes? Like, you didn't see the auditing that they did on the California election, and they did 3 million. That's 3 million.
3.1
exactly.
voters.
Exactly.
So again,
they're selling MAGA hats on Hollywood Boulevard.
That's great. That's fine and good. They're going. California's gerrymandered. They're all the electoral votes are going to the Democrats. It doesn't matter. Trump can run. You can throw whoever you want to. You can throw Reagan back up there and see. He's not going to win on this cycle. So what's going to happen is Newsom's going to be a prominent player and a bigger voice in that area. When he throws his hat in the arena, you can dogpile all you want to. The Dems are going to rally behind him, and what you got to focus on is Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. You got to maintain to shore up Georgia. You've got to worry about Vermont and I guess New Jersey a little. Carolinas are going to be a prominent player in this next election. It's like Newsom. You guys are only focused on what he's doing in your backyard. Trump had no spirits and decimated 16 proactive politicians. Newsom's going around the podcast, he's going around from city to city, town to town, talking with people, gaining that war chest. You guys are just worried about what Newsom's doing in the backyard. You don't fucking care about California. What he cares about is the national ticket. And he's going to be enforcing it, whether you like it or not.
Don't forget that California's a border state. Some gave the freaking healthcare to these immigrants. So, I mean, again, we're not just worried about what's happening in our backyard. As any of the Republicans, I feel like AK and I definitely have more mixed in terms of the rest of you guys that, are of the same ilk that live in other places, because, we really do have the worst out here. But when it comes down to it, Gavin Newsom didn't just affect our backyard. Gavin Newsom affected national security. And he also gave those same people benefits that many people are complaining about today.
So that has a lot to do with the national picture. It won't matter what you think in your backyard. No one gives a fuck about what goes on in California. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't fucking care. No one does. There's 99% of the country. They're not going to be worried about it.
Brad.
Why are we the most populous state?
Real quick, Brad. What they do care about, though, is they don't want the rest of the country to be California.
Exactly.
So I'm going to say this before the rest of them go up. No one gives a fuck about your local politics in California. They don't want to be like California, but you're talking about rallying cry. Oh, I need free healthcare. The Democrats are going to use that as a cut. They have a winning message when it comes to free healthcare. The Republican Party doesn't have an answer. It absolutely does not have a strong message. And that sure as hell isn't going to be prompted up by J.D. Vance or whoever's going to throw their hat in the ring right now, which is still unknown. You don't have a Republican that is rising through the ether after Trump to be able to take a populist message and bend it to a Republican or conservative brand. So right now, Newsom is probably the front runner I would pick today. At this current juncture, Newsom is leading everywhere you get because Trump can't run again. So you don't have anybody else to counter him.
Buttigieg.
He's not even going to get out of the primary.
He has a better track record with the rest of Middle America than Gavin Newsom.
Oh, he's not even winning.
Dark horse, ready? Mark Cuban.
Again, not running.
He was endorsing yours the way it was to get the cabinet position. They had the SBA. So he is about being in politics. I don't know if it'll be jumped to the presidency, but surprising.
Colbert. He's looking for a job.
Is this time?
It's the economy, right? And Brad, I hear everything you're talking about. At the same time, I think the blue wall did not like the fact that the economy under the last Democratic administration was the way it was. And I don't think the people in California, because we flipped 8 of 10 seats, and I think the next round, 2026 and 2028, we're going to flip a whole lot more seats. And you can say you don't care about local politics in California, but most of America does. And I would say to you that the blue wall is not going to flip back the same way everybody thinks it is. The Democrats right now are bleeding hugely. And you think that just because they got a slick haired podcasting guy who got a big war chest is going to win back, 80 to, how many people voted for Kamala?
Ever heard of a creature that smells like popcorn? No, really. This is the binturong, and chances are you've never seen one. These mysterious animals live in the lush forests of Southeast Asia and belong to the Vivaridae family, kind of like distant cousins of simids and genets. They might remind you of a raccoon, but here's the twist. Their tail acts like a fifth limb. Yup, they can literally hang from trees using just their tail. Only 2 carnivores in the world can do that, and the binturong is one of them. Their bodies can reach up to 90 centimeters, and half of that length is just tail. With thick dark brown fur and fluffy white tipped ears, they've got a seriously unique look. They're omnivores, munching on everything from fruit to birds and rodents.
Please don't scroll. I'm just going to click it. So I just, I encourage y'all to really take a look at that, because I feel like he's going to be a bigger threat this next election cycle than people are willing to admit.
Well, you just got more money generated. That's where you guys keep losing on this side.
Neither was Kamala. Neither was
Actually, Kamala wasn't one of the generators. Yes, she was.
Yeah, but Kamala
In myself.
that she
Kamala broke in terms of fundraising events. Like, her dollar amounts were obscene for the few months she was running. And she had access to Biden's war chest. So she got all that influx of cash, and then she raised fucking significant numbers down there. Like, that was fucking impressive for a short time frame. I don't like Kamala. I think she's a cum stain on fucking the United States. However, her political operations, fundraising generation, that's fucking massive. Buttigieg doesn't have that.
because she was a door-marked exit, the same way that Buttigieg would be. Let's go back to what Kamala actually raised in 2020.
What she raised running post Joe Biden was fucking phenomenal.
Because she was artificially inserted, Brad. That's the part that you're not understanding.
Yeah, Brad, I normally would agree with you, but Kamala did raise the money you think she did. That was the machine. It was not the woman. It's a major difference, man. And listen, seriously, Brad, what we gotta do is to make sure that, and I don't disagree, I think Newsom could raise money, and he's doing it. At the same time, I don't think that his message will nationally go by, even among Democrats. I think Democrats have been disillusioned. They've been bamboozled because they've been told so many lies that I think that it's coming to roost, man. I'm telling you, it's just coming to roost. This is how we go back. Like all this like pro MAGA, like you're just as bad as the Dems right now. They're like the libtards. You guys are really just as bad. You're shitting on things that you don't see or think that, oh, it's my feelings. And you're doing exactly what the progressives and the retards actually do. Again, Buttigieg is not a dominant player. He's not a fundraising juggernaut. He proved that under
Neither was Kamala. That's the point.
Dude, shut the fuck up for a minute. Stop coming off mic every time someone talks. Fuck. Again, Kamala raised a lot more fucking money than the entire Democrat Party that was running when Joe Biden was in. She was top of the fucking ticket. She gets that cause. Again, you guys don't recognize the danger, so all that Republicanism, all that conservatism, all that MAGA bullshit is gonna go out the fucking door if you don't fucking actually quickly grasp that there's more to governance than just bitching about the libs. Secondly, to dismiss Newsom, to dismiss Kamala, to dismiss the Democrats before fucking even the campaign's kicking off, and you're watching their numbers and their optics and their polling rise significantly, and there is not an heir apparent to replace Trump. And don't give me J.D. Vance, because his numbers and his fundraising war chest ain't doing all that fucking great right now.
Brian is cooking like I don't know. You're doing great. I never agree with this long.
This reminds me of the COVID days. This is very anti-science.
What I don't understand is why do people even use this artificial term MAGA, Make America Great Again, to describe these red hat, Trump fanatics? Like, that is basically a meaningless thing. It's a Republican Party, and people who scream, MAGA, I just don't understand what that means, whether it's a liberal screaming MAGA or a Republican screaming MAGA or an independent or whoever. To me, people that use this term MAGA over and over again in their communication is someone who just is trying to create an artificial, adjective describing a meaningless thing. It's American people who want fiscal prudence and they want common sense approaches to what we're doing at a national level. And prior to Trump, everybody knew that Kamala and Waltz, were going to be a cultural disaster. When Kamala is saying that she wants to provide transgender surgery operations to all prisoners throughout the United States, even illegal alien invaders in our prisons, on a podcast, like, that's when Americans started perking up, in my opinion, to, hey, why am I actually going to vote for this biracial woman when she wants to provide all this free transgender surgery? Like, that to me was a big critical point in the failure of her campaign.
She sure did do it in California. She did.
I was just reading this article here, guys. And it shows that
Recent reports, currently official population projections by state agencies indicate that Texas will become the most populated state by 2050. It's actually looking by 2034. The estimate is 39.5 million people in California and 44.4 million people in Texas. And it also goes on to talk about in the next 10 years that Dallas-Fort Worth is going to surpass Los Angeles. So your fucking state is hemorrhaging atoms. It is a fucking rat hole that everybody fucking hates. And they're all even. They're all come to Texas. So get fucked with your fucking California nation bullshit.
Same with Manhattan. There are $15 million condos, $10 million condos, $8 million condos.
No, but no, Adams is like, this is why California's the most populated state, because they love it here, it's so amazing. Even though you go to say we're a bunch of libtard cooks.
No, I agree with you. But obviously, population is voting with their feet, and they're getting away from the blue states. I mean, it's just reality. But just hope that most of the people that's leaving these blue states are not coming to make your state purple. So there's a lot of
they're not.
Okay, all right. Well, let's hope now, okay? Because I see it happening in other spots, okay? It is very unfortunate because we should be able to run our independent states much more properly. And also, Brad, I want you to know I am a conservative or a conservative. I don't go with labels. Don't care about America first. I'm an American. I will be American. And I just don't like the way our country's currently ran because we got too much big government and I hate bureaucracy. That's it.
Yeah, the one thing I'd say about Texas is they have a tendency to get people to align really quick in the state. There's a lot of patriotism here just on the basis of the state.
The next presidential election will depend on how the midterms go. If there is a big shift in the midterms, which there are 21 seats that are up for contestation right now for Congress in the midterms. Like, though, am I assuming that everything falls according along party lines right now? There may be some incumbent upsets. There may be some, wacky things that go on midterm night. But I mean, if you're thinking that Republicans can just lay off the gas, it comes down to governance. Trump passed a big, beautiful bill, but nobody is talking and bragging about that on the Republican side. That's not something that's been fucking really great. It's not on the top of the ticket. It's not a signature piece of legislation that has caught the optics of the conservative circles, moderate, independents. They're not necessarily happy with it. They're not dissatisfied, but they're really not happy with it. Trump holds a lot of significant weight. But again, who is the heir apparent? Who are you going to throw in there? You've got Rubio. I mean, he could probably take up the mantle, but that man's flip-flopped a lot. You've got J.D. Vance, who can win. I would, if it's Newsom versus Vance, Newsom wins. Maybe Ted Cruz throws his hat in the ring again. No, not even him. But I mean, there's no one really on the bench that you go down, and I mean, there's no one that I see that can actually pull off against the DNC machine. And let's not forget, the DNC, various PACs, are fucking funneling money all over the place. Now, the only thing that could really help Republicans is if there is an heir apparent that can take and bridge Trump to conservative, to Republican, to independents, and to more centrist Republicans. If they can bridge that, they can find that guy that can do that and somehow brings everybody in alignment, then the Republican has a shot. Because right now, the Democrats are infighting with their progressive, retarded cousins. And so you have this shit that's going on in there. But if the Democrats unite under one person, like a Newsom, and everybody's saying we're going to send our money that way, Newsom's going to walk away. It's going to be a tough fight. And I don't know. Someone tell me who's the next candidate that you think is going to be able to shellac the DNC machine.
Okay, Brock. I'm going to keep saying, Brad, I don't know where I'm missing it. I think that the American people is going to be the next group of people that determines what's happening. And I clearly think that in 2024, it was more about the American people, not about Donald Trump. I think everybody knows that Donald Trump is at the end of his rope. I think the American people got tired of everything being so expensive and all these foolish laws and people talking about maybe getting pregnant and the LGBTQ questions and all this other stuff going on. I think the American people got just tired of it, and I don't think it's going to change that fast in the next 4 years. That's just Edward. My observation is people were sick and tired of what was happening happening in our administration in Washington, D.C. And all of us know that the last 4 years of governance was horrible. Whether you're on the right or the left, we all know that. And at the end of the day, we don't want government that's foolish.
And it's like what you missing is like you might be right that people didn't like the last 4 years. What you missing, and in the election, you're wrong. The election was about Trump, it was not about America. But what you're missing, people not liking this administration. You act like you think that American people, it's not American people don't like what's going on right now. I don't know why you think that that's going to carry over to some Republican win somehow. You think stay as they are. And you said like people didn't like half prices. They're still here. Like all the things you said that people didn't like still exist right now. I'm kind of confused.
Okay, hold on.
No, you hold on. Like damn.
Kamala did not flip one county in the entire country.
I wasn't done speaking.
Not one.
Y'all get it. Like what the fuck is wrong with you?
G, I appreciate your passion, brother.
I mean, no, appreciate me. Let me finish talking though. You talk for 5 minutes at a time. I speak one time and you cut me off.
No, I didn't cut you off.
You did cut me off. I was listening.
Wait, hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me just say this. I don't know who it was that cut him off, but this is a habit. When Hakima speaks, people do cut him off. I think that Hakima is the most oppressed person on all of Clubhouse. So I want to give Hakima his ability to get his points off. Hakima, go ahead.
They know what they're doing. They threw me off right now. I definitely appreciate it. Though. I wish people would like let me finish like I let everyone else. Because I've been here for just as long as y'all, and I have spoke for all of 45 seconds. Like, damn, can I speak?
I think they might be threatened by you, Hakima. That's the only thing I can think of.
I'd say he has more of a masochistic voice. That's why they talk over him.
They don't like the truth. And if it's someone from my point, that's a huge problem.
No, you don't have no masochistic voice, Rich. You're just a fucking racist. Just like how you were calling a black woman a nigger. Just like how you were calling a black woman a nigger in the other room last night, Rich.
Okay, wait. Man, I wasn't even in a room with black ladies last night.
Okay, he's gone.
Roger.
Roger, can I do something here? First of all, Hakima, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I'm sorry. Okay, will you accept my apologies, sir?
Oh, hold on. Before you guys do the apologies and the kiss and makeup, I just need to be very clear. We need to be very consistent about this, okay? So, rule number 7 of this house, the N-word is forbidden on stage and in chat. I'm going to bring Adams back up, but I wanted to make an example that Adams is one of my favorite people on this app, and if I'm going to move him to the audience for saying it, even though he was just quoting somebody else saying it. I just want the point to be clear. The other thing I want to point out to in terms of the rules, and hopefully you guys can appreciate this one, is that there's another rule violation that happened there, which is number 9. Do not bring drama here from other rooms. So whatever happened in the other room, don't want to police it in this room. So
I was only in here yesterday.
Listen, I don't care. We're not going to talk about that, but I'm going to bring Adams back up. We're not going to talk about that word, and we're not going to talk about drama from other rooms.
I'll say, so going back, Hakima, please accept my apology. I was not trying to interrupt you in the way that you thought I was, so please forgive me. Okay?
I don't know no other way to interrupt nobody. Like you said, you didn't try to. But clearly I was still talking to say in the way that in the way that I took it.
And that means I was wrong. Do you understand that?
No, I don't understand that.
You can be a victim all you want, bro. It's okay.
You trying to make me a victim. Do I understand that? What do you think? You're the one making this apology. I ain't got none of this shit.
Hakima, tell us what you were going to say, though.
Hello? Did he say it?
I speak when I decide to speak. Nobody prompt me to speak. When I do speak, you cut me out. Because nobody ain't going to tell me what the fuck. Whoever that was, they cut me out. I'm not talking.
You know, I live in Illinois where we suffer Fat Pritzker, and he is very slimy and very good at manipulation, media control, buying mass media. And you know, I think he's going to be. I think he's going to put his fat toe, you know, in the ring.
I couldn't imagine somebody as fat as him doing well.
I mean, he may just stay in Illinois and be a complainer and rule this state, you know, and destroy it into the ground by continually raising taxes and doing all this transgender identity therapy for students. Now they're actually building almost hospitals into schools now. It's no longer just your local nurse. Now it's a full-on health clinic. And they're doing mental health assessments to find out if you're trans, if you're gay, or what your feelings are on trans and being gay, and even maybe what your feelings are about Donald Trump. They're doing assessments and diagnostics now where you have to get a sheet to opt out, but they want to know about what you're thinking, what you're feeling, and they want it recorded and put into a database. So they are literally taking steps to prepare the future generations for wokeism, and you know, this type of governance and ideology has to be destroyed.
They're building low-income housing for transgender community. They just announced that the other day. Hold on, I'll put the link in the chat.
I just want to mention, I love Nick. Nick, I don't know who you are, but you're awesome.
Could anyone share with us what Democrat right now run a good governance anywhere in the country? Is there any Democrat governor, mayor, anywhere?
Fetterman post-stroke is turned into the best statesman that this country has.
Yeah, jumping on that, you know, Shapiro for Pennsylvania is a good governor. He's a Democrat.
So you guys gave me two, right? Fetterman.
Well, Fetterman is a senator, but Shapiro, as a governor, is a great governor of Pennsylvania.
I personally would like to see Steve Bannon run for the Republican nominee.
I'd vote for him.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really like the guy, but I just think he's really an amusing guy to see run as the Republican nominee.
Well, John Bolton also said he's going to run as the Republican presidential candidate.
He thought Trump burned
Yeah, Steve Bannon.
Wait till Steve Bannon can free back to Bannon will do.
Yeah, Steve Bannon would crush John Bolton.
So that means we still don't have a national Democrat that will be able to govern properly. We don't have a Democrat. You guys went back to who would you want to run as a Republican? I'm looking for a national. You said Shapiro, Fetterman. I don't think Fetterman can do it nationwide.
As a Democrat, like if I'm a polymocrat, I would put my money on Shapiro.
Hold on, I have a question for the people that voted other in the poll above, and if you haven't voted in the poll, please do that. Right now it's a pretty tight poll, and I'm curious, when you say other, like Nye said other, Howard said other, like who are we thinking?
AOC, I'm telling you.
I don't have anybody in mind yet, just yet, Mojo. I think I stated perhaps in your space yesterday or someone else's space that I am very disillusioned with the Democratic Party. I don't like Newsom. I think he's a freak. I don't like Pritzker. I think he's a freak. Both of them, if they run and elected, it's a wrap for women and children. And I have this belief that Democrats are on a mission to normalize and legalize pedophilia under the MAP umbrella. So no current Democrat politician, whether it's a senator, governor, someone on the grassroots level who's kind of rising star on either in the Democratic Party, will get my vote right now because I don't trust these people. Republicans right now, their leadership seems to be very weak as well. So when I say other, I'm looking for somebody fresh, slightly provocative, a voice that we haven't heard, similar, but doesn't align so much with the fringe on either side. someone new, inspiring, invigorating, and I'm not sure that we've met that gentleman yet.
Mark Cuban.
Matthew McConaughey.
No, and why? I like your assessment. Do you think anyone on the Republican side is pushing this transgender pedophilia kind of stuff?
It's possible. I haven't seen it, so I won't say no because I don't know for certain. But I have not seen it on the level that I've seen coming out of the far left.
So I'll be traveling on Tuesday to the state capital of California to go against AB 495. It's called the Stranger Bill, where any person can walk into a school, and with this bill comes a sheet that says you can be a caretaker of any child and take them out of school. They call it the trafficking law of California. Only 2 months ago, they passed another law here in California that you can purchase a young boy between 13 and 17 years old for prostitution. This is pedophilia at the highest level. We have a Democratic majority here in the state of California. This is sad. This is what I'm talking about. The elected officials that we currently have, guys, we got a lot of people in office who are claiming the children. Leave our children alone.
So the pedophilia issue is like the trans issue. It is not something that most people are actually concerned about at the end of the day. And there are pedophiles on both sides of the aisle.
Same corporation, different division.
Listen, I agree, the driver. It's not an issue now, and by the time it becomes an issue, it'll be too late for people to act. Because some of these perverted politicians know that your average American does not care. They're not paying attention. They don't think it's real life, or they have this idea that it's only 0.0% of the population XYZ. So they're already hosting TED Talks to normalize these things. You have studies coming out of Ivy League college universities claiming that babies are born trans and people are born pedophiles. So if you're born this way gay, you're born this way pedo. So everybody deserves special rights and equal treatment and cupcake prisons if they get charged with diddling the kids. So yeah, it's not an issue now. Nobody cares now. By the time folks really wake up to what's subtly happening, it will likely be too late.
How can you?
They've already convinced y'all to put your kids on a cocktail of drugs because puberty is bad. Like, come on.
How can you
In
say?
the state of California, they tried to get it to pass through legislation without even an actual vote. So yes, they're trying to sneak it through. And it only did not get passed is because a Republican in the state of California said no and kind of did a whole media blitz with it. But yes, you're correct.
How can you say that, Dr. Jordan, that people, voters, Americans don't care about this trans issue, the puberty blockers, the transgender surgery assignments, let alone pedophilia? It costs $100,000 to convert a man to a woman, to cut off that genitalia and get them on these puberty blockers.
This is just my opinion, but how many, for example, I can't think of a trans person that I know, maybe one that I know through someone else. I don't know anyone who's registered as a sex offender. I don't know any pedophiles.
It's called a mental health crisis. The suicide rate of these young men who decide to become women is prolific. It's like...
Okay, but this is, look, so I think looking at the trajectory of the Epstein news media, I don't want to call it a circus, but the news media cycle, I mean, look at the only reason that that's still in the news is because Trump has been afraid to expose himself to whatever degree that he's vulnerable, right? So if he hadn't pushed this issue more, we wouldn't be talking about Epstein right now, in my opinion. And so if that tells us anything, someone of notoriety has to give it coverage. I mean, when the guy who is the New York Democrat
who's the guy who was married to
Uma?
Hillary Clinton's assistant?
Wiener!
Went to jail.
Wiener.
Okay, so Wiener, I mean, I could be wrong about this, but I don't think the Wiener story, the Wiener story got a whole lot of coverage looking at it through the lens and under with respect to the context that we're looking at it at this issue now. So Trump is keeping the story alive. So to Nye's point, it might make if it bleeds into if it bleeds into 2028 as a what's his name, Epstein story, then maybe it does have some legs, But I just don't think that we're nearly as exposed to pedophiles as we are to people on a spectrum of gender.
The point is that it's clown world, and you have to. First part of diagnostics, and is to realize that we are still in clown world. This DEI, all the spending, the big beautiful bill, all of this stuff is one whole system, and it's easy, as Brad is saying, to get distracted. If Republicans think transgender is still the major issue as opposed to the economy, everybody's a fool. I mean, who cares about these cultural issues? I don't want to pay property taxes, and I don't want to pay income taxes, and I don't want to pay 100 other taxes which ruin my livelihood. The clown world system has to be broken, reformatted, and common sense and fiscal prudence has to be the mantra, in my opinion.
I mean, I agree. We need to restore common sense. Trump keeps saying that. Trump keeps saying that's what he's attempting to do. I mean, look, the past 4 years, they have redefined what it is to be a woman, what it is to be a man. You can be a flurry, a fuzzy, and all this other weird stuff. You can't say breastfeeding, you have to say chest feeding. You can't say menstrual products. It's just weird. And this is all coming out of the upside down, loony policies from the left. And I will vote for the candidate in 2028 who wants to restore common sense. And right now, I don't know who that is.
Well, Mojo, you asked the question, because I put other, and I'm not saying this is kind of a boring answer, because I don't know he's the best candidate, but I do know from some of the research and things that I've done, the post-mortem on the last election, a critical population that certainly tipped the election towards the current president was veterans. And I do think and I'm an independent, but if the Democrats really want to get serious, I think they got to find someone more center. So in my thinking, and why I put other in your poll was, I think it's got to be someone like a Mark Kelly, who's also a veteran. That, to me, would be something that could be at least, he may not win, but at least it could be someone that's a credible candidate. I'll land there.
I think Mark Kelly.
With that.
I think Mark Kelly has VP candidate written all over him. He's the type of guy that I think would run in a primary and lock up a certain voting block. And I appreciate the fact that that you dig into the numbers here. I think Mark Kelly definitely could play a role. I don't think he's top of the ticket material.
So I was going to say real quick was essentially, so the Democrats have tried this playbook, played towards the middle, trying to get the independent votes, and and it hasn't worked time and time again. They tried that with Hillary, they tried that with Kamala, which they tried to send to the right. I'm going to get some pushback on it, but like someone who I think might actually win is AOC on the Democratic side, someone to fire up their base, to get people out to vote, and to instill rage in the Republicans in a way that it will make her base even more excited. They need someone like the Republicans are going to the far right. I think Democrats need to cut the shit of trying to, gather the moderates or conservative Republican or moderate Republicans and just go straight for what they want. Either a Bernie Sanders or an AOC, I think should be their next candidate.
Yeah, so when you look at hold on real quick, Brad, real quick. I just want to respond to that, and we'll go right to you. I think that Nicholas makes an interesting point. That's definitely one of their options. I think the better option is to go to the middle. So we disagree. But the one thing that's clear is they can't stay where they're at. Their postmortem, they know that if they stay where they're at, they lose. They know that. And so they can either make a move to the middle or they can make a move to the left. Whether or not one of those strategies will be better than the other in terms of attracting voters, we would have to see. But if they stay where they're at, they're absolutely dead and they know it. But Brad, go ahead.
Yeah, so like people saying AOC, I get the point. Like she's a good cheerleader for the DNC. She's not the biggest fun hauler. She doesn't bring in the most money. She's kind of the pretty girl that you bring on a date. She's like Matt Gaetz going to a bar. He's gonna have a pretty girl on his arm. That's not really where AOC is going to excel at. As a matter of fact, I don't think she's even going to be able to pull out a race against Schumer. I just don't see it. And when you look, even after all of her stump speeches, all of her gallivanting across the nation, going through and talking, and all these things, screaming online on the news, she still only got as like Emerson did, Morning Consult, all these polling places, even in their own little collectiveness, she only polled 11%. Kamala wasn't doing any of that. She still pulled way ahead by like almost triple digits in matchups with, and we still haven't had that. I do not think AOC would be the answer. I would love it because it would be easier for a Republican to actually win. That would be a great ticket if AOC threw her hat in the ring. But I don't think anybody in the DNC really thinks she's a viable candidate, even at VP level. I think what they want is her to be a cheerleader. And remember, her district is redistricted and gerrymandered to the fact that even a glass of water that has a blue label next to it is going to. So there's no way that she has really faced any kind of really political backlash or had to stand on her own 2 feet to get elected. In New York State is going to be hard to sell to that because again, she's an Instagram girl. Like that's how the political apparatus look at her. I'm going to go to Newsom, who's got a national appeal. Shapiro maybe, but he's screwing up pretty bad right now with his key left demographic, which was a lot of getting way too involved in the Israeli-Palestine thing, and he's making dumb career choices right now that's really pissing off a lot of people on one particular side of the aisle. He's also just not doing what he should be doing in Pennsylvania to really secure that state, which is why it's going to be a battle state. So, I mean, again, like, I'm looking at Pritzker, Newsom right now. Whitmer is still in the win. She's a ghost right now. She's staying very quietly, but she's going to fundraising events. She's going to PAC committees. She's like traveling around and she's collecting in money. She's getting money on reserve. So I think she might be a player in this, and she's not having any controversy. She's trying to keep her name out of the news, and she have a go at it. I like politics itself. Like, who's going to be the best governor is irrelevant. It's who can you sell on a national stage, and that's what I'm looking at. Newsom can sell on a national stage. Pritzker is utilizing all to his benefit. He's constantly trying to grab headlines. Shapiro is grabbing headlines the worst way. So I mean, I just don't. I don't know. I don't think Shapiro's going to do it. Kelly is definitely not presidential. They can't throw him up in the rafters. So he'll fumble like Waltz did.
What's more?
Going to 2.
What about Wes Moore?
He's going to run his third party, and he's going to, if he even threw his head in the ring.
So, I mean, I pretty much disagree with a significant portion of what Brad said, but I want to back up real quick to some of the arguments, right? Like, oh, AOC is from a state Democratic district. So was Bernie Sanders, right? Nobody expected Bernie Sanders to be a problem, right? AOC is someone who can't run on the national stage. The Democrats did not expect Bernie Sanders to almost take it from Hillary. Like, this is so similar to what happened with Bernie Sanders, and they have similar appeals to where, whether or not you hate her or whatever, the working class people think that she has their back and she's looking out for their interests, and she can simplify a lot of the Democratic messaging so the people in her district actually understand what the fuck the Democrats are trying to do, which is something Trump is actually very good at, and so is AOC, and so is Bernie Sanders. And so I think AOC is a much bigger threat than the Democrats are realizing it, and I think she should be the one to. I think she might take it. I know that's not a popular opinion, but I think she could take it. She could take it from the.
Okay, so let me ask a question. What's a bigger issue, anti-Semitism or pedophilia? Now, arguably, Jews represent a very small population, but to use an old trope, we're well-resourced. So I think we're going to be pushing Pritzker, who's got tons of connections, tons of money. He's got $4 billion. Josh Shapiro has 150K. He's more like a zoologist. I just don't think there's a lot. The front runner among the chosen ones is definitely going to be Pritzker.
You see, he's so fat.
Unless Whitmer marries me and confers.
I think that you guys need to figure out that these elections moving forward are going to look a little different than they have in the past. The way that people get access to, an exposure to the candidates and the candidates to the people. And if you look at what Trump did in this victory, one of the things that he did really well that was a game changer was his appearances on podcasts. He was meeting like niche audiences, and one of the big challenges that they had with Harris is that Harris was so disingenuous that she couldn't do a podcast appearance without looking like a fool. If you guys have seen the podcast appearances, she just looks terrible. You need to have somebody that's going to be able to present well, that's going to be able to go into an environment where there's going to be tough questions and maybe get heckled a little bit. If you're hanging out with comedians, they're going to try to find the humor in things, and you're going to have somebody that has the emotional intelligence to be able to navigate those conversations. I don't think that Harris had it at all, but I look at the field and I'm trying to figure out like who would be able to do that, and I think Booty Juice might actually be the best for putting on the podcast circuit. But I like, you guys think of anybody besides Booty Juice?
You know, he is a special appointment. I don't know if you know how he became a captain in the Army. He never went to boot camp. He never did anything. He just got specially appointed by the CIA, to be an officer.
Hey, Mojo, wasn't it that Kamala with Joe Rogan, she wanted him to come to her?
Yeah, he invited her and she declined. Here's another interesting thing. When libertarians were having their moments in the sun, what's her name? God, what's her goddamn name? Fucking, it slips me. She's so irrelevant. No, the goddamn fucking libertarian broad that ran. She was.
Joe Jordan.
Yeah, she was actually offered an opportunity to go on Rogan, and she declined. And here's something that people don't know about that campaign, was that when she was running, she was also working full-time. She didn't take off time. She was teaching at Clemson, and she didn't take the time off. And if the media wanted to meet with her to do an interview, she wouldn't meet with them until after 3 p.m. Eastern time. Like, think about that. So, like, noon Pacific, on the West could work, but she would not make herself available for anything. And so she never wanted to quit her day job. Now, you might say, well, why are you mentioning that? The point is that there's some people that really want to run, and there's the people that know that they have no chance. But when you're given an opportunity to get exposure, the reason why she didn't take that was that she knew she'd make a fool out of herself. When people, imagine Harris on the Rogan podcast. Just imagine when even the layup questions that she wouldn't be able to get right. If a tough question was fine, she would just be fucking terrible. What the Democrats need is they either need someone super polished that can go out there and really deliver good answers, or somebody that's so fucking ignorant of the fact that they are dumb that they'll just go on there and they'll just say words. Like, if you guys were to tap on somebody like Bima, for example, not her specifically, but that idea of you know, she can be asked a tough question and without any thought will just blurt out a dumb answer. That's better. That's better than what Harris would do, where Harris would try to relate to people, and her bag of tricks is to make caricatures of the audience that she's trying to connect with. This is why she makes up things like washing greens in a bathtub.
I think that you kind of nailed it, right? Like, Democrats have a habit of picking, like, authors that don't come across as authentic. And that's where Trump actually does pretty well in. And so does AOC on my end in there, is that you think that she's not lying to you. She's not sugarcoating things. It's neither is Trump. This is actually what she stands for, and she just repeats the same thing over and over again. So you believe it, right? Democrats tend to pick, like, even Joe Biden at times doesn't come across fully authentic in some of his speeches.
I think that the Democrats only have to show up because look at the narrative that they get to contend with or revisit, right? Like, they can say, well, you voted for this Trump policy, you voted for that Trump policy, you didn't want to expose, let's say, the Epstein thing is still, still out there lingering. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to defend one's actions just as a congressional Republican. So,
Jordan, here's the thing. I would love to be confronted with the idea of, hey, Republicans didn't release the Epstein files. Well, neither did Biden. The Democrats didn't do it. In fact, if there was something incriminating, the one thing we know is that if the Democrats were willing to try to kick Trump off the ballot, try to throw him in jail, and ultimately try to kill him, if there was something in that file that they thought was going to be damaging to his run for presidency, they would have released it. They didn't. And so I don't think, like, do you think that this owns Trump or the Republicans because the files haven't been released? I think he should release them. The reason why he doesn't is because he's got friends that are on the fucking list. The other side didn't release it because they have friends that are on the list. Nobody wants to release it, and they're both guilty of protecting these fucking weirdo pedophiles.
I understand, but I think with Trump, the only reason he was supportive of congressional Republicans when they were running for office was because he needed to get reelected. He absolutely doesn't have any reason to care about anyone now, and so I think it's going to be to their detriment that they backed him because he's just there's no reason for him to create legacy, just like Obama unfortunately did not really create legacy for the Democrats. So I think it's going to take an outsider to really surface within the Republican Party to be someone who can hold their own, and even someone as poorly as lacking the poise of Kamala, it will I don't know, where was I going with this? That someone lacking her poise can still take on Republicans with the narratives that have landed on her lap. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Never mind.
I agree with your last 10 seconds.
So, I mean, I think it's even simpler than that, Dr. Jordan. I mean, really what they have to do is just use the exact same thing Republicans did to the Democrats. Are you better off, at X date than you were before? Housing costs are still going up. Food costs are still going up. The unemployment rate is slowly moving up. If this continues, they can just use the same argument Republicans did and bash Republicans over the head with it and win. I think it's much simpler than that. You have to go the Epstein. Man, I should get paid for my opinion.
Why do you think your opinion is so valuable that you would be honored with people paying you
Because
for
he's
it?
a gay Mexican. That's a huge code word.
And y'all cannot take a joke. Jesus Christ.
El Normo's here, the gentleman that I voted for. How you doing, Norm?
Make a prediction. Trump doesn't win next cycle either.
God, you're so negative, man. I mean, how about keep hope alive and you gotta believe and all those cool political slogans? I'm with him. How about I'm with him? Do you think that would work?
If you mean I'm with stupid, yeah.
I hadn't thought of that. Should we try I'm with stupid? I'm just pointing out that was Hillary's campaign slogan, and it seems to be one of the all-time worst campaigns. I'm with her. But it's all about me. You're with me, you like me.
So I want to point out something that Pete Buttigieg, he attended a 2-week indoctrination course and was appointed a captain in the Navy Reserves and deployed to Afghanistan to beef up his credibility. No ROTC, no years and years of training. Hey, you're an officer, you're going to Afghanistan and you're a captain and you work for the CIA.
How did he get his commission?
He's formidable looking, isn't he?
I put it in the chat.
By the way, Norm, I'm with her was not Hillary Clinton's true campaign slogan. It was Stronger Together.
I don't know, though. I saw these buttons in New York that said I'm with her.
Yeah, that wasn't started by her.
Maybe it was both.
Well, maybe we could recycle that slogan if Booty Juice runs. We could then say, I'm with her.
The Democrats just don't like it for their side. They should have hoped that they lose the midterms because then they can fight as an outside candidate. I mean, it depends on how the economy is at that current juncture and what's going on in the world. I don't think the Epstein is going to be a Damocles over the next candidate's head or the Republican's head because all they have to do is go out there and say, I'm going to release the tapes once I'm elected. And they may or may not. And everyone is kind of the opinion that if there was really anything really negative about Trump, they would have dropped it already. That would have been out there. That would have been out there. Okay. Shit. Biden, Kamala, Hillary, Obama would have released
Well,
it.
how do you just release it on Trump?
So, I mean, they would have found a way. They would have leaked it to like fucking one, like a New York Times reporter or somebody. They would have found a way to do it. They had no problem leaking other information. I mean, did we forget Russia? All the quote leaked sources to news outlets every day. They can find ways to manipulate that shit, and they did. They've already done it. We've been fully aware of this. So I think honestly, the Democrats are out of abortion. They're out on LGBT because that's like not even a thing anymore that you can really rally behind, nor that the population doesn't care. So that's a social issue that they really don't have in their fodder. And the only thing that the Democrats are going to be able to run on is either the wars, which it depends on how these two end up resolving. Trump has made some progress in the Russian-Ukraine thing, so maybe he will, come to a resolution on that. But the problem is for the Republicans is there needs to be someone standing next to Trump doing this, and it's not been J.D. Vance. He is not pushed into the limelight. He is not the one that is gathering headlines. He is not being photoed on everything. It is still 100% true.
El Normo, can you hear me? Hello, El Normo, can you hear me?
DeSantis, I don't agree with all of his policies, but Florida's a better run state than many of the states that we have in the union, especially ones that are highly populated. How come we don't like DeSantis more? What's the problem with him?
I think you just keep running into Trump. Like, if Trump out the way, he might, I think he has more success.
people like him and appreciate him and respect him. If you live in Florida, you thank God that he's your governor. You live in Illinois, you pray to God that people like Pritzker, have a myocarditis, from. So I mean, but it is. I think Kima's right. It is a lot about running up against Trump in the beginning. I mean, Trump really dished him pretty good in the early term of while they were running. So they butted heads, but he seems to me like he's running that state in a way that is long overdue. Or there's many states that should be running their states in the same way that he's running the state. For God's sakes, he's claiming that they're going to get rid of property taxes.
His and he acquiesced to Nikki Haley. So I think he won the debate with Newsom, but I think he lost against Nikki Haley. Or a national.
Brad, you keep going in the matrix.
Brad playing Atari.
Brad turned to the Terminator.
Is this better? Okay. His problem was Nikki Haley and Trump. He couldn't get past Nikki Haley. And if you can't beat Nikki Haley, his time there, you finished third, he's going to have a harder time on the national front.
So what do you think? The country wants to see more alligator Alcatrazes? That a good look?
I think so. I think.
Can you expand on that?
Yeah, well, you asked if the country wants to see more of it, and I think yes. I think that you can come up with clever names to try to go against, certain immigration policies, but I think that the country right now is more with Trump than against Trump when it comes to this issue. And so, to answer your question, I think yes. I think they want a big moat between the U.S. and Mexico. That's what I think.
But I mean, you're talking about DeSantis though being successful. It's in his state. Is that a coincidence?
Coincidence? No. But let me ask you this: why is it that when Democrats talk about like democracy and what the people want, that's the story they use when it's ideas that they like. But then when the will of the people is to do something that they don't like, then all of a sudden they're against the idea of democracy. And like that's the part that I don't get. It's like many people on the left, they want a pure democracy. They call for it pretty openly. They think that we should get rid of the electoral college, for example. But then when you find policies that are popular, Democrats are like, oh man, that's bad. And I just don't get it. Like they're only for this idea of democracy when they're getting their way. It's very weird.
It kind of reminds me of one of the world's largest global religions known as Islam.
I wouldn't call that a religion, John. I would call that a pedophile death cult.
You had me laughing so hard yesterday when you were saying, why even do abortions? Why don't we just feed the babies to alligators? I could not stop laughing because I could see getting into an argument with an abortionist and, saying that. And it's just, to me, it's just insane, it's because it is so gross and tragic and sad, but I don't know, you had me in stitches yesterday.
So, Congressman Kitover, what do you think of, tell me more about your take on J.B. Pritzker. He's not well liked, but he's well resourced.
Well, his cousin, I think, is trans, and she was running the Pritzker Military Museum on Michigan Avenue. They're having to close that up because it's, they can't even get people to go to the museum. First of all, nobody's interested in it, but crime is rampant, so I think they're moving it to Racine or Milwaukee. But, My gaydar goes off when I see him, and he puts out a lot of creepy videos, and he says a lot of cringe things. And he was on Stephen Colbert saying, we gave this redistricting map to our local kindergarten, and this is what they came up with. He's not a leader; he's a panderer, and I think it's possible that he could be that horrible P word. And the fact that his trans cousin dresses up as a woman and dates young Hispanic men in the Rogers Park area in his massive mansion. People have illicit sexual lives that you don't want to know about, and they have political opinions about cutting off young men's genitalia and pumping them full of puberty blockers. And so Illinois, Abraham Lincoln's great state, is run by Clown World. It is a prime Clown World state in our 50 state republic here. So I say be on the watch out for Pritzker. He funded the translation of the Zohar into the Pritzker Zohar edition. I love the Zohar. It's got incredible wisdom, but I do not think that these Clown World leaders read books. I don't think they have any wisdom, pragmatism, or just basic normality or decency in them. They are dedicated to creating gaslight content on the interwebs about all these woke positions, and it's really pathetic. I mean, they pick out the littlest things like J.D. Vance, increasing the water supply in the river. It's like they pick at the lowest hanging fruit because their jobs are essentially political communication. They don't produce anything. They don't create anything. These people have never run a business. They've never started businesses. Pritzker is just a trust fund baby, and he's a fat, pathetic pig. And I don't think he has the actual physical strength to run for president.
Because they're identical descriptions.
So what's interesting about Pritzker, and I don't know enough about the family, but
Yeah, let's go see Pritzker play 18 holes of golf, okay? Pritzker can't walk 3 holes.
What's weird is Tony, the older brother, the middle brother, the oldest is Penny, who was on the Harvard Board of Overseers. It seems that the least presidential, at least on the surface, would be the youngest brother. He's just not in good. He looked like he's aged more than his older siblings by a ton. He just does not look like the best specimen to come out of that family. I don't know what to say, but that's just a superficial, thing.
Illinois is a super corrupt state, and in fact, with the John F. Kennedy election and the mafia, Illinois is like a fixing state. It is a place for corruption to essentially, happen. And the people that run the Illinois GOP, the Chicago GOP, and the Democrats, it's really like a uniparty here. There's really no real fiscal Republican conservatives. I mean, the state has been Democrat for 70 years. I went on eBay and I bought some Illinois Democrat primary ballots. It used to be a classy organization. People wore suits. It was probably basically in the 60s and 70s, it was more like a Republican association versus a Democrat association. But now with all the wokeism stuff and the rainbow flags and the trans flags, here where I live during the No Kings protest, the anti-American messaging that these young children were writing with chalk on all of the sidewalks was so shocking. I really wish I would have filmed it all, because they were literally the extension of their parents' woke liberal ideology, and they were transmitting it through artwork. And the messages that they were saying were so shocking, so anarchical, so violent, that the brainwashing of these young children is a tragedy in the making.
Let me tell you how corrupt this crazy ass wicked state is. And I live in Illinois too. Okay, the police, and I'm not making this up, as crazy as this is gonna sound. The police robbed my family blind during a house fire. We had a house fire. I won't go into it, but just know that's how deep the corruption is. How are you a victim of the fire and the doggone investigators rob your shit, steal your shit out your house? I'm done.
Well,
John,
John, if you want to move the Overton window in Illinois, what you need to do is get a faction of people within the Republican Party to speak radically about the types of changes that you want to see. You're not going to win, but what will happen is it'll make Republicans, the mainstream Republicans, look more popular. So people will run from the radicals, and they'll embrace the more moderate side, but at least it pulls them away from Democrats. That's how you shift the Overton window, is like having some radicals and then allowing those mainstream people to call you out and say that you guys are the problem and you're extremists and blah blah blah. But you just have to have that representation. If you want to see it working out, go to like New Hampshire, where the Libertarian Party and a few radical independents are saying the most crazy things, right? They want to, the things that they're fighting for are just like over the top radical. But what that does is it solidifies the more moderate Republican position.
Well, when 300 people get shot every weekend and 75 die from gunfire, you could go to Kabul, Afghanistan, and no one gets shot every single weekend. So we live in an anarchical society, and the police are just looking at their cell phones in their cars. They don't want to be bothered with all this shit. So we have a gang problem. We have an alien invasion problem in this city. They've spent over $1 billion housing 60,000 illegal aliens, and many of them are tied up, in drugs, narcotics, prostitution, robberies, murders. It's like a political elite, and the Chicago Teachers Union, who sucks out 75% of our property taxes. Like the city, we're in a very dangerous place in the city because they can't keep kicking the can down the road because Trump isn't going to give them that bailout money. And those billions they spent on the COVID-19, they already spent that money. So the city is like at a breaking point. It has given up all of its value. It's sold its parking rights to the Abu Dhabi Investment Fund. This city is strip mined, and people want to leave, and it's just like New York City. I mean, you can look at the new housing inventory that got listed in the past 30 days. People want to get the fuck away from these socialist, Marxist, Democrat leaders who are very dangerous. I mean, it's all about white supremacy, climate change, gender, etc. They are the biggest frauds and liars, and I just, to the life of me, having gone to a good school and served with good people in the Army and worked with great people, it's like, how in the world do all of these clown world representatives make it into leadership positions, whether it's Karen Bass, Newsom, all of them? It's like, is our population that shitty? Like, there's no good leadership? I don't know. It's like terrifying to know that, our own leaders are eating out our substance, lying to us, hypnotizing us, propagandizing us nonstop. Like, this is what politics is. It's hard to believe that they can get away with it, but I think the whole population is actively disengaged. Like, I went out last night, there's a bar full of 150 young people that are mostly in college. None of them are interested in politics, and they're very neutral. They don't express any type of patriotism, any type of political affiliation. And so, again, nobody's actually involved in politics. At the GOP events in Chicago, you'll never see a red MAGA hat. So there's really just not a lot of people actively interested in politics. And, it's to their detriment. I think they don't want to be associated because everyone is afraid of being maybe labeled a racist, or they are a MAGA. So, you're a maggot, you're a maggot. Like, you can listen to these rooms on this app. All they do is donk on Trump and Trump supporters. And I mean, so people want to be disengaged and separated from it. But the problem is you can't be. Like, your whole financial future is tied up in this.
So I think that it's really hard to run a democracy in a social media age, right? Like, everybody has a voice. There was a point when people only had a vote, but now everyone has a voice, right? And people get amplified who have strong convictions and perhaps less knowledge. I think that this is why this autocratic regime, if you will, has had some success, because people want to see some rule and order, and
that when everyone has a voice that can be easily amplified, is to come down hard, and that creates a lot of enemies and a lot of polarization. As much as I don't like Trump, I don't even want to give him credit for the circumstance we find ourselves in. I think there's so many other factors, social and psychological, that have created this kind of the society in distress.
Who do the clubhouse Democrats, like, if you were to go into Patty's room, who do they think is going to be the nominee?
Jasmine Crockett. They literally think.
No, they don't like that. I think they don't like that.
Oh, really?
No, he's not about it.
Well, I'm willing to bet I've listened to and recorded more of Politically Correct than you have, Akina.
Probably recording more, but I probably listen more. You got recording show, but what I heard, I never heard Patty, Lisa, I haven't heard, what Gold was in there, he definitely did support her. Seeing, I haven't heard none of them before.
I did want to say something about Benjamin Netanyahu taking the Gaza Strip and saying that Hamas will be destroyed. There will be no Palestinian Authority. There will be no more Palestinian Muslim Islamic terrorist groups leading to Gaza, and we will secure and install a peaceful government. So, to me, it seems like gaslight, and it's like every day there's always some kind of new gaslight news headline. I just wonder if, Benjamin can actually accomplish what, it's going to take to liberate the Gaza Strip from Hamas and hopefully save the hostages that are still alive.
Wait, I just, I don't mean to deviate from what you just stated, but I just want to go back to something that the Jasmine Crockett point. Jasmine Crockett said in an interview a couple months ago, maybe some of you guys saw it, but I had to go refresh my memory. I'm reading this from the New York Post. She said that the Democrats want the, quote, safest white boy as the 2028 presidential candidate. She said that they are hinting at, quote, one specific candidate being floated by the party's donors. She said that during a podcast conversation in May, and I'm reading that from the New York Post. So, for those saying that some folks are suggesting Jasmine on the ticket, Jasmine claims the Democrats are already eyeing, quote, safest white boy. Do with that information what you know.
I mean, that's the thing, is you can make outlandish statements, all or nothing statements, extreme statements. You can lie. I mean, there is no limitation to gaslighting. And you hear it on this app all the time, and politicians are playing that same communication game. But I'm telling you, if we don't have forensic accountants, auditors, and we can't just keep spending like this, it's just madness. And, when you really look at all the breakdowns, I mean, if you were to cut things just 10%, like 10% cuts to a lot of these programs, and there's thousands of programs, gotta cut. Gotta start cutting and reduce that deficit to like maybe $100 billion. It's gotta come down. And unfortunately, I believe that most Democrats and most Republicans will never bring the cost to do business down. They will only increase the cost, because this is a very immoral game that we're playing. But again, I don't think we're the only country doing it. I think a lot of countries and their economists and their governments and their central banks, based on the currency exchange, they have to say, hey, we need to do more inflation to catch up to the American inflation. So, I guess that's what all these PhDs do at central banks all around the world, is to figure out who's cheating the most, so we can figure out if we need to catch up, or maybe there are some good people that know how to do actual state central planning and know how to start and run a business or dissolve a business. So Do you think Jasmine Crockett or Maxine Waters have ever opened a business, or they know essentially how to create a successful economic environment without rampant inflation and dollar creation? No, they don't. They're incompetent, and they know the game though. I think, but anyways, that's what I'm thinking.
Do you think when Trump leaves office, the national debt will be lower than when he got into office?
No, it's going to go up 2 trillion every year at a minimum. So that's 8 to 10 trillion in additional debt. And if it's 2 trillion added at to 37, I mean, it's going to be 45 trillion, 48 trillion by the time he leaves.
So how is that an alternative to the big spending that Democrats would have given us?
It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. I just like the fact that a Republican hand has their finger on the button. And if you look at Doge, I just looked at it today. There is so much international insane woke spending that they are screenshotting out of the SAP system. That is the same government acquisition platform that I used from 5 years at Treasury, and it's a simple. It's who's the billionaire? Anyways, it's not going down. It's only going up. And, God bless Trump, but if he was Thomas Massey, I mean, it would be better for the overall economy and the longevity and health of this country, because we're just becoming a debt slavery system. Everybody born is... If you don't have $1 million now, you will never have a solid retirement. Basically based on the spending.
Well, you could still build wealth. You need to have some incredible attributes and be able to create value or understand the markets and the directions that they're going to go. We were talking about it earlier. I won't mention the stock again because I don't want to be accused of having too much information. But there's a move that'll be made on the 12th, it's a Tuesday, that I think will create wealth for a lot of people. So it's gotta follow the trends. You can make money in an up economy, a down economy.
I think if Gretchen Whitmer converts to Judaism, she has a very strong chance of winning.
Well, how would that give her an advantage?
I will vote for her. I just think Pritzker has $4 billion behind him.
Dr. Jordan, can you explain why you voted for Kamala Harris in the last cycle?
Yes, because I wanted the status quo of misery so that I could commiserate with other people. I don't want drastic changes. I don't want to turn my career as a zoologist or publicist into something very lucrative. I want to live on the extremes. I want to be a survivor, not a thriver. I like to complain. I'm Jewish, and if good things start happening to me, I'll have less reason to complain.
See, Dr. Jordan, I keep saying this, that I talked to my mom. I was like, Mom, we should have a podcast where it's called, Let's Complain About Everything and be as cheap as possible. Because that's basically what my mom and I talk about is, we talk about as being as cheap as possible and how proud she is about how frugal she was with this and that. I mean, she doesn't flush her toilet unless she has a buildup, that type of frugality.
I mean, look at how overrated success is. You've got some guy like J.B. Pritzker who is struggling to exercise during the day apparently, or eat healthy because he's not looking so good, and he's got all the resources in the world. If that's success, do you really want it? And then you got Josh Shapiro, who's worth $150K, and he seems to be slim and fit, but
had trouble deciding what side of the aisle he's going to stand on when it comes to dealing with anti-Semitism on college campuses, which is kind of a softball, I think. And I don't get it.
You know, when you voted for Kamala and then Trump won, like, how did that make you personally feel? Because, like, I know when I vote for a winner, I feel like a winner.
Well, I mean, I'm a hypochondriac, as you know, and I thought I was having a stroke when he won, and that I misunderstood what they were saying in the media, and so I kept having to turn the TV on and off, so I'm still getting over that.
One of my favorite clips from Clown House is recording JB and Mike Moon talk about their votes, and then JB also posted his ballot, so I tried to create some fake news that JB broke the law by posting a photo of his ballot, you know, and this is all just like a way to say, hey, look at me, you know, give me some attention, but also at the same time, you know, embarrass them for their, you know, bad pick, and their basis on why they felt Kamala was the better choice. JB said that it was based on, you know, he had to think about his children and their future. And everybody gave a reason, but you know, in retrospect, like everything that you now know about her positions, and I mean, and especially Tim Walz. I mean, just, you know, how can you still think that you made the right choice?
Well, again, we're underestimating the Trump legacy, right? Like, there's a huge vacuum that awaits us because this was a guy who only props other people up for his benefit. When he's done, he doesn't want anyone else to be in the spotlight. He wouldn't even want his kids to be in the spotlight to risk the chance that they might, be seen more moderate, brighter than him, blah, blah, blah. He's threatened by anyone who can tarnish his image. So what comes after him is going to be very interesting because, he may be the first president to attack someone in his party who's running for the election that follows, the 2028 election. So, I mean, I think it's going to be very interesting. We are totally underestimating what can happen when he has to step away from office, if he does.
What do you think about his, like, presence, you know, Trump's presence itself, like his confidence, his pride, his, you know, does he feel like he's manifest destiny itself? Like, what do you think about his presence?
I am no expert, but I think it's interesting that, an overt narcissist, a grandiose narcissist, is likened to a quote-unquote subtype of psychopathy where someone with vulnerable narcissism like me or covert narcissism, I'm more of a traditional type, right? And so he really believes his confabulations. He really thinks he's smarter than everybody else. He is a manifestation of unbelievable overconfidence. That's different, that's really, a psychopathy, right? More than this insecure narcissism, so as we've come to know it. So I think he's batshit crazy, like, because I think most of us would be embarrassed to be president of the United States and not know some of the things he knows. Like, it would be just, the incongruity would be so strong. Like, I would be too embarrassed to stand up, and he absolutely doesn't care. Like, he's made a mockery of many things, and he doesn't see it that way.
Well, don't you think it's technically like our Pope in a way, and then we have all these other popes out there like Obama, Bush, Clinton, so there's like this mind trust between the presidents in a way, and they may not get along, but they can still be in communication, mate?
Well, I mean, hasn't he challenged that construct and that model? Like, if he was smart, well, he separated himself from the old guard so much, like, they don't even want to be in the picture with it. I mean, it's really weird. Like, you would think that if you're president, you'd want to be part of this camaraderie.